family-ish friendly.
We're live now, right?
If you need to mute, you can go like this. This is muted. This is not. Okay? Sneeze, cough, something. Muted all the way up. All the way up. Yep.
Just calling it there.
What the hell am I doing?
2 players. Choose the orientation. That one. Skip. Then no. Reset. Start game. Custom 0 set. 2.
Practicing now, bro. Practicing for the stream table.
I wrote.
Yeah. I'll go first. All right. Good luck. Five back. 4. Good. Can I read that? Okay. Turn 1, ink the enchanted bolt. Pass. Here we go. One. Pass. Pass. Calhoun. No effect. Quest for 1. Yep. Pass. 2 cards. I pass. Carson? 3.
Martin said his deck is missing. His deck is missing. Do you know where it's at? He says that he sees a deck box, he doesn't see the deck.
No, no idea. Put 2 on that.
Yeah.
Draw 1. Two on that. Pass.
No, I thought you found it. Do it. Agreed. Agreed.
Question. Pass. Carson? 3. Kill that. Gain 2. Play Lawrence. Doc. No effect. Quest for 2. 10. 1 card. Pass. Pass. Carson? 2. Dark draw 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cut.
Nothing.
Yeah, not much till the end of the game. I kept getting these docks, and I couldn't use them. but I was like, well, I guess they can quest. All right. Good luck.
Good. Six.
Before back. All right. Good luck.
Look.
Here we go. Here we go. You thought it was dead, huh? I didn't have it. I did not have it. I went for it. I go.
Yeah, I pass.
That's for 4. Pass.
Quest for 1.
Yep. I go.
Yeah.
1. Turn. Kill that. Press for 2. Pass.
Quest.
Mhm. 2. Pass.
And then this.
This was 2.
I pass.
Cards in.
6.
6. Kill that. Draw 1. Deal 1. And then I'll kill it. Gain 2. Press for 2. And pass. Shit's annoying, bro.
Yeah, 6 is too much.
It's annoying.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah,
We've had a good game.
no bells is really hard in this match.
Yeah, that's how you deal with the aggro. You take stuff out, sing your song.
It's the first bell.
That's just cool. But if it doesn't, like, if you were managed to remove everything.
Testing, testing, testing. Can you hear me? I can hear myself. I hear an echo. Echo's gone. Echo's back. Yeah, the echo's there. Hello? Like a second.
Where do you need me to be then? No. I put these on?
You might hear echo right now.
Yeah, it's fine. Actually, I'm okay with it. Just I'll need you guys to tell me that was dead.
Do you want me to have that down?
There's echo right now.
Oh, why you gotta put me in a loop for it? It'd be worse. Put value in it.
It would have been me and Ray. It's me and Ray or you and Seth. I already was on here, so I thought you were.
It's like a super load over there.
You have the app phone?
No, I don't, but I'll get it.
Thank you.
Damn, this echo is insane.
A little bit. Could you turn the volume down just a little bit?
You said turn down?
Yeah, yeah, that's a little too far. Now I can't hear nothing. Keep going a little bit. That's oh,
Hector, how's your level?
Mine's are fine. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, good, good.
One more second. Have it last time.
You want a high roll?
Sure.
Bro,
Is that a one?
that's the one.
Two. I'll go first.
Echo? Someone give me like a test.
No echo.
No, that sounds better now.
Send me the link so I can send it to my wife so she don't think I'm messing around.
I just text you, okay?
All right. So we can start, right? You're going first, right?
Yep. Good luck.
You too.
Do two.
4 for me. Typical start.
Go ahead. Yep.
All right, live. Go ahead.
Quest.
Looking good. 3 in hand, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We don't hit around here.
This one's not heavy at all.
Yep. Yep.
Well, should have quested. And slow down.
You still got me in a fucking.
Yeah, but that one lure could make a difference. That's my fault. But realistically, if you would have a goof or something, might be the good call.
Do you want to quest it?
Nope. I live with my mistakes.
No, I don't mind. We're playing locals.
I get it. But it's good practice for me.
Yep. Go ahead. Can you give me some cards, please? I'm running out.
Maybe not yet.
We've had, what, 3 triggers? None hit, bro.
This time I'll quest with 5. There you go.
So 11?
Yep. Definitely playing one of those. 5, you're going to 6. It feels wrong, but
I mean, that's pretty good.
yeah, it's things to give a Pete up. Go ahead.
I mean, but you're drawing 2, right? And you're putting
3 on
when
the
you
board.
got 2, 4, 6, you have 8 damage on board, which
Yeah.
is pretty crazy.
It's not enough to get there because I didn't quest with there though to say so it said. Let's see. See what happens.
And this will put 1 on it. One and 1. You have 2, 4, 6 cards in hand. 2.
2 cards.
All right, go for it.
Well, I guess we got to walk into it anyway at some point. So quest for 5, 6. Daisy trigger. There you go. I'll play 4. I'll just draw a card for that. Go ahead.
Two in hand or 3?
3. Mm-hmm. Wait, ink.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, you're absolutely. I'm eating shit.
You're good.
I'm used to.
You're good.
Let's see here. What do we do now, though? That's the question. Ink Shark. Quest for 1.
Yep.
Be pro.
Yep.
Yeah. Still got 4. You have more cards in hand that I will like, but you know. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Go ahead.
Let's see here. What do I do? Start with popsicle. Here we go. Yep. Pretty
Go
good.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Two.
Yep. My boy Pete. Oh no. Okay.
I wish. Just deal two. And quest for two.
Yep.
Good.
You have two in hand?
Yep.
Gotta think here for a second. Could do this. But let's do this first. I getting twice?
Mm-hmm.
Think three times? I have one left to be able to ink because I played two sales. What could happen here if I do that and then you fucking It doesn't really make a difference, right? Heal to 1. Take out both of them. I'll put 1, and this will be a 2.
Okay.
Go. Yep. Yep. All right, let's see here. This game is getting a little more complicated.
It would have been done already. If I would have got that Cindy quest, if I'd remembered.
I'm in a tough pickle still. Let me just think about this for a second. All right, well, we're going to start the turn by questing here. 4. Pop. Draw 2. This is not bad, I guess. Okay. Sorry, I have a lot of things I need to play, so I got to make sure I have ink for everything. This is coming here. This has to come out. This is here. This is here. All right, we'll start with quest here for 2. Perfect. Like this. Shark for 6. Then we are going to, with this, I will sing Let It Go on this. Gain 1 lore. Go to 7. Go to 7. Eight. Draw a card. Quest for 3, 11. Pass.
You can get 9 next turn. I don't have a way to gain a lore instantly.
I was afraid you were gonna draw like a Pete there and then just go 1 and Pete would have.
You quest for 9?
No, I mean the turn before.
Oh yeah.
The turn before I had Let It Go, and it's like, oh man, these Petes they just have a way of coming at these specific moments.
It's okay. I lost because of my own mistake. Let's see if I can just not do that again.
How do we restart this crap?
I don't know. There you go. I'll go first.
You sure?
See if I can not mess it up.
Just don't double daisy. Let me have a chance.
Well, we'll see.
Ah, 6 for me. How'd it go for you Saturday? What'd you do?
I got to round 7 and I got my 3rd loss.
Oh,
But I wasn't playing anything new. Just wanted to come see what other people were doing, see what the meta looked like. So I still had a good day.
good practice too. It's like if you were going to like the big events, it's guys that came down here were pretty good players.
So I just feel if I keep that, it might go into the ankle. I'll do 3. I did an upside down card. Make sure no more upside down. Okay, we're good.
Is that your brother? You coming? How come he doesn't play?
He's working tonight. We're part time. If we're off, we come.
Did you cut already?
No. There you go. Good luck. Here.
You too.
Go ahead.
Let's see here. Go ahead.
Damn.
Quest for chill. There you go.
Michael?
Mm-hmm.
Like two of those other packs were like $4 and then one of those were like $4. That's crazy though.
Gotta think here for a second. I want to play this. No, go ahead. Just realized something. Yep.
Quest for 5.
Yep.
7.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
That was a mistake here. What I just did. Gotta think here for a second.
Spot one, spot two. Only two spots left on this wheel. And we're on spin 16. So if you ain't bid it for time, it's perfect time to get you a spot. Perfect time.
Go ahead. Three in hand?
Yeah.
We got somebody going from Locust Lake. VR was down. VR was going out VR. We're currently waiting to hit spot two for the round of the by the way. We're still got two spots left. 2186 chases. And we're in the bottom, about to be the bottom 10. About to be the bottom 10.
I don't want to do this, but
313 right here. Next to 11, I like that number 11.
quest for 6.
Rider.
Yeah.
One in hand?
One. Type your 3.
No, my bad.
You're good.
Let me think here for a second.
You already inked, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I inked.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'll leave it face up so I can remember. Oh, give me a second. I have to make a tough choice here. Of 17 and 19. But then if I do it this way and you extract it, ping it. Damn. But
I'm not like 15 right now. I'm at 15.
For 4.
mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you got it.
Hey, love you, best of. Go to the flashes. Bro, he got the first purchase and he got a glove. Hey. And Jordan call number 11. This is a perfect opportunity.
2.
Do one.
1. Got it.
Good luck.
You too. Go ahead. Thinking what to put face down. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Yep. God damn. Oof.
Good.
4 in hand.
4 in hand.
Actually, I fucked up.
What do you want to take?
No, I was gonna hit the Simba, but yeah, that's my mistake. Go ahead. We learn from the mistakes.
Cards in?
4.
Quest for 2.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
Ooh, you cooking. Cards in hand?
2.
You are cooking, my friend. Yep. Ready for 1. Gonna quest here for 2. 1, 2. And pass to you.
Hey,
3 in hand, 4.
3.
so y'all can hear me. Testing. Let's see if you can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can y'all hear me? Oh, nice. How's it going, friends? How is it going? Talk to me. We're testing stuff out here. That's what we're doing. We're testing to see about bringing people in to do this kind of stuff. So, hi everybody. I got a really cool camera. This is a cool camera. How do I sound, by the way? How does the microphone sound? Talk to me. How's the sound quality? What are your thoughts on how it sounds? How do I look? Be quiet. Give me feedback on the sound quality, please. Give me feedback on the camera quality. And we'll put the players back on in a moment. I promise. Oh, thank you. Phoenix, you're so sweet. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so kindly. Yeah, it's interesting because for like large events like what we do for SSG events, it is boring to listen to the players. I can tell you because I've been there. In locals, and when they're kind of scrimming. Oh wait, that's actually hold on. Thanks for letting me know that. So good, but seems dependent on you leaning and looking closer to the mic. All right, let's see. Let me fix that. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. How about now? Testing 1, 2, 3. How does that sound? If I step away, do I sound any better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me know how I sound. If I'm backed away from the mic, I'm curious how it sounds. What do y'all think? Yeah, don't be Akasha, why are you driving and watching Twitch at the same time? Holy smokes. You hear me more, but sound is worse, in your opinion. Okay. Is it tinny? Can you describe to me a little bit about what it sounds like? What do you hear? What does it sound like? Give us actually, yeah, let me see if I can fix this. Okay, so this is a little bit more consistent. All right, that's cool. Yeah, the commentary is trash right now. We'll put the players back. Yeah, thanks, Emerald. We'll put the players back on in a moment. So anyway, what I was sharing with you, and I'm really sharing this with you so you can tell me what the sound quality is like, the camera quality is like, is yeah, you got to listen to the bald man again, Fred. Yes, I have invaded this stream. You know what? If you act mean to me, I'm going to stay on and you won't be able to hear none of this stuff. So you better be nice to me is what I'm going to tell you. Anyway, locals is cool to listen to people talk and scrims because they're actually talking through their thought process. But when you are listening to a serious competitor at a serious match where the competition is for something that is pretty serious in terms of pricing, it's boring because it's like poker. You don't want to give away the secrets. You don't want to tell people what you've got. So if you're playing against somebody who's good, they shut the hell up. And if you want to be a good player, you too should also shut the hell up. Sounds great. Audio can be a little crisper. Okay. All right, I appreciate that. I'm gonna mess with the settings in my. I have like a mic setting thing, so I'll mess with that in a little bit. All right. So with that said, hey, Steph, do me a favor. You go ahead and pull me out and put the sound of our friends back on. They want to hear our friends. I'm gonna mess with my microphone audio in the background. Well, Fred, it's not. So here's the thing. No, yeah. 1 sec. I'm not gonna talk to Fred here. It's not. You don't automatically suck for talking to your opponent. Let me be clear on that. But what you are doing is you don't realize it, but if you've ever played poker, the more you move, the more you talk, the more you say things, the more of like the tells you're giving to your opponent. So what you're doing is you're conveying tells that you probably don't even realize you're giving, and your opponent can use that against you. People of average skill don't pick up on the tells. If you do that against Zan, Wochuk, if you do that against players of very, very high calibers, Din, you start talking, they're just watching you. They're just staring at you. So, I mean, it's like poker. Like that is why a lot of poker players can come into the TCG arena and do very, very well. It's because they're using those skill sets from poker. So yeah, the more you talk, the more tells you're giving, the worse off you will be. Yeah, unless you're that guy. That's right, Blader. I don't know who that guy is, but I'd love to hear you. That's why I twitch around like Tweak from South Park. Yeah, if you just throw them off, just continue twitching, just freak out, and then they'll never know. They'll never know which one's real and which one's fake. That's a good strategy. You might get carted out as a psychopath, but hey, It'll be worth it. It'll be so worth it. All right, you can pull me out whenever you want, Steph. I'm just talking because I don't know if you're even behind the camera at this point, bro. Actually, let me try. Oh, you want to hear? Well, there is a cute bald guy that you're listening to right now, Akasha. I like shaking my head when I draw good cards. Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, there's no way that's a tell. Here, let me try something else. Let me go back to here. Let me make some fixes on my virtual background. Let's see if that makes a difference here. I really don't have anything else on. Am I coming to CS tomorrow? Probably not. So just a little TMI. My father-in-law just had surgery, so I'm helping out, taking care of my son while my wife is taking care of her dad. So probably not, and only because I would, but yeah, got to take care of family stuff tomorrow. Unfortunately, retired from playing at CS. I'm not retired from playing at CS. But if I retire from being a good father and exactly. If I retire from being a good dad, and if I retire from being a good husband, then I'll have plenty of time to go play cool stuff if I keep messing around. So there you go. Henna, please, brother, why are you? Come on, Henna. Oh my gosh, that's nasty, bro. All right, and there we go. We see Hector scooping it up. Right, did Hector lose? Who lost? I wasn't even paying attention to the match. That's how good of a commentator I am. I don't even know who won the game. This is so much fun. This is way better, way less pressure than when we do the premiere events. This is great. You guys just bring me in so I control everybody in the chat, so I control all our friends that are playing and locals. This is fantastic. I love it. Hey, Hector won. All right, cool. Gabe is washed up now. Ronald, do you want to go? You want to go? You want to go first to 10-2? I'll do to you what Joey almost did to Wochuk but couldn't do. The smell one. There you go, Henna. Hey, Henna, I miss you. How was your trip, bro? How did your event go? How'd your trip go? I'm just throwing strays out. That's right. Well, I guess there's no game to commentate on now. Now you just have to listen to me. Too freaking bad. Let me know again the quality. I'm gonna switch one of the settings here, and I want you to tell me if it's any better. This is supposed to be like the setting I just put this on. You should be able to hear me no matter what orientation the camera's on. Testing 1, 2, 3. So no matter what orientation the mic is at. So whether I'm here, you should be able to hear it just the same as if I'm over here. Testing 1, 2, 3. If I turn my head, you should kind of be able to hear it as well. But it is a condenser mic, to be fair. So maybe if I point it more in my mouth like that. It was all right. Lost my last game for the cereal. Yeah. Oh, that sucks, brother. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. Thanks, Fred. Much appreciated. All right, now Steph, where the hell are you, dude? Give me a better background. It seems even all around. Okay, perfect. As long as it's even, that's the most important thing. I'm also commentating tomorrow night on the ICL. I'm doing a commentary on. I don't know if you all watch. How many of you watch the ICL? How many of you even know what is the ICL? Point the mic towards you. Okay, so if I point the mic towards me, it's a little bit better. Testing 1, 2, 3. How's that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Because the box says of this stupid Yeti. Okay, the box says that you're supposed to keep it up like this. So it's supposed to be the blue Yeti says you got to keep it up like this, and then it should hear you better like this. But it sounds like what you're all telling me is that it's better like this. The ICL stands for the Illumineer Championship League. It is a team-focused Lorcana league. So, for example, Joey and Mikey and Mike Sr. from Freedom Gaming, they are, yeah, that's right, sexy man on screen. They are, they're in there with Freedom Gaming. I, as a member of the Illuminati, with a few of my teammates, are also in there. You've got the Forbidden Mountain, which you probably know. Chuck, funny enough, Chuck, Alex, is in the ICL as well. He is in a team with Baker, who you might know as Lorcana Villain, and Zach Bivens. So it's basically just a team-oriented Lorcana league. And the way it works is it's 3 versus 3. No two team members can play the same exact color pairing. However, you can still share a color. So, for example, if I'm playing Amber Steel, none of my teammates can play Amber Steel, but they can play Amethyst Steel. They can play Sapphire Steel. They just can't. It can't be the same two colors. So that's the first thing. And then they do this really weird system of scoring, so that way you have like a winner at the end of it. So if one person loses, one person wins, and one person ties, depending on how many matches were played, there's like some weird math that's factored in to determine who ultimately, quote unquote, won the entire series, which of the teams won the series. It's cool because right now the focus for the ICL is likely going to be how do we break the meta? How do we break Zan's blue steel deck? Is red purple still as bad as it can be? And just kind of figuring that out. So it'll be a lot of fun to watch to see how many people are playing Zan's deck and then what people are playing to maybe try to counter it. Because since only one of the team members can play blue steel and only one of the team members can play red purple, it would make sense that the third team member is playing a breaker, like a meta breaker of some kind. So pretty sweet stuff. And Ronald, I don't care. Every comment that I read, I decide what context it's in. And as far as I'm concerned, Otto just called me sexy. So there's that. And if you don't like it, come fight me. That's what I got to say to you there. BBL, Brazilian butt lift. Akasha, you can't get a BBL from home. That doesn't make any sense. You don't live in Brazil. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, cool. As long as y'all can hear me and as long as y'all can see me, I don't care if you don't like the black background. It's better than what's actually back there. Oh, there you go. Big ball. How long? That was cool. That was actually pretty quick. I like that. That was really quick thinking on your feet. I love it. Bring it. I told you I'll take you all on. Send you to the shadow realm like I did to your team. Yo, Freddie's not even sweating that, bro. Freddie's like, come at me. You know what it is? Is that he's relaxed in the locals when you play him in like the more local events, and you get to judge the premier events. And Freddie's like, yo, what's up? I want to play Ronald in the premier events. I want to show him what's up. So, Steph, where you at? Where you at, dude? This works just fine. Everybody said that I look great, that I'm one of the most handsome guys they've ever seen in their entire life. They say I sound clear. And I'm talking to a purple box on a Southside Gaming mat right now. And somebody's headset. I hope y'all are wiping those things down between matches because that's nasty. Oh, there you go. Hey, Steph, please confirm that we're wiping down the headsets between matches. I'm going to throw up if you don't. Please confirm. How dare you? How dare you leave me to hang here? Yeah, okay. You better leave. Just leave wipes up on the desk so people have the option of wiping them down. We're gonna catch ear cooties. Is that a thing? Is there ear cooties? Ear COVID? Is that a real thing? Don't you run away from this. Steph, you better come back here. You and your pink shorts. Steph, what are you doing? All right, everybody. I need a. There you go. Sweet. Thank you. God, look at that. Why clean them? Germs aren't real. You're nasty. You're so nasty right now. Oh no, Ron, you're sick too. You got the yit. Yeah, Freddie was wearing a mouth protection. That's not the only thing you went outside to blow. is locals, folks. It's fine. Bring it. I told you I'll take you all on. Which, speaking of which, I got to build my deck. So if Steph is not going to turn me off, if he's not going to make me not be on this feed anymore, I'm going to shut my camera off and leave you all alone. So I can go build my deck. I'm going to go stream on Pixelborn Connect and on Twitch for myself as I stare at a giant tub of antiseptic wipes. What deck am I building? Honestly, I think I'm going to build Emerald Steel Discard. That's what I think I'm building. I think I don't care what the meta is if I wipe your hand. You're missing a Tama? Yeah, I'm one shy of the Tama and I'm one shy of the Scrooge for a full playset. But yeah, I don't, you know what? People worry about the meta. I just need to worry about wiping your hand. And if I wipe your hand, then we're good. If I keep picking stuff out of your hand, we're good. I got 3 Tammys and 4 Ducks. That's nice. Yeah, of course they will. Freddie, honestly, you really should consider playing Blue Steel, my friend. It feels so much like Ember Steel. It's crazy. Except instead of singing songs, you get free items. It's not Donald. It's why does everybody think that's Donald? It's Scrooge, bro. It's Scrooge. It's not Don, and then you corrected it. Oh my god, Ronald! Not only did you say it was the wrong character, you then corrected it with the name of the wrong character. It's Scrooge McDuck, resourceful miser, not Donald Duck, resourceful miser. It's the Hector special. I swear to you. Oh, you got 4 of the fancy Donalds, the purple Donalds. What are they calling that one? Dark Magician Donald is what everybody's calling it. There's a bunch of pirate Donalds that I like better than the stupid magician Donald. Though. I'm bugging. Oh no! Please make me go to 25, and then I'll just brawl it thing. I'll just brawl a friend. Dark Magician Donald. Yo, okay, I'm gonna kill Steph. Steph is supposed to be here. Like he's not a very good producer. He's being a mean producer. Need him by the bedside. Who are we talking about? Why am I gonna kill you? Where are you? What's going on? I'm here talking to a box of antiseptic wipes that you put on the table. What do you? Of course, I'm gonna kill you for that. Give me something interesting to talk about. Holy moly, dude! Waiting for the next round. Yo, you know what I did when we were waiting for the next round? I cracked open a bunch of boosters, bro. Let's go. Get some whatnot going on here. Put some boosters on pack, bro. People want to see some cracks. Yeah, and Steph, stop walking around in your underwear, bro. Get some pants on. You're at your job. Have some respect. Jeez Louise. Yeah, bro. Let's crack open some packs. Hit me with some crack packs. Sus Side Gaming. I'm telling you, y'all need to get shirts that say Sus Side Gaming. Like Patrick Star. Damn, Freddie. Oof. He just called Steph Patrick Star. That's great. Speaking to the mic. Yeah, put some bass in my voice. I think so. Hold on, Steph. When I do this, how do I is it obvious that I'm not speaking to the mic? What if I do this? Tell me. Give me some direction on my microphone sound. How does it sound? Okay, let me try something. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Let me try opening up my. Hold the fist in front of the mic. Like this? Is that better? A boom arm. Let me fix my audio here. Hold on a second. Testing 1, 2, 3. How does that sound? Testing 1, 2, 3. You and Monty, we're old men. What do you want? Leave me alone. Is that better than before? Same as before? But don't. I'm gonna move my head. Try to stay ergonomic. What do you mean? You mean like this? You scream to your screen's to your side, isn't it? Leave me alone. How am I supposed to run my $1 million empire from here without my multiple screens? Who's that? Who's that? Is that Devin? Who's that? Get Devin to crack some packs on screen, bro. Okay, good. Much better. Is Kylie leaving and he's not gonna say bye to me, bro? I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. Where's Kylie at, bro? Why is he leaving without saying bye to me? He's too good for me. Kylie, where you at, bro? Testing 1, 2, 3. How's that? All right, so this is probably better. All right, this damn thing does not like my GPU utilization is really high. What does that mean, Steph? I need you to fix my shit. What does that mean? What does it mean? It means you should. Okay, Alt F4. Let's see. Where's Alt F4? Okay, all right. I'll be right back, guys. Click. Yeah, I'll Alt F4 when you're able to eat a stack of these. Oh, there's people giving hugs in the back. Alt F4ing is a thing from way beyond the times, okay? Alt F4 has been around since before the internet. I was playing Doom, okay, and Alt F4ing, telling people to Alt F4 to solve their problems. We're playing Doom on LAN. We were playing four screen Halo on the same monitor, telling people to hit Alt F4. Okay. Back in my day, we would tell people to Alt F4 over weird telephone sounds in order to get connected to the internet. All right, I want to know, everybody in the chat, now that you've had a chance to see some tournament reports, you saw SSG, there was the encounter that happened over the weekend. I want to know, what's everybody building? What's everybody building? What are you taking to locals? What are you taking to the next major event that you can go to? What are you building? Brother, you were a twinkle in your daddy's eye when internet sounds were happening on a telephone, okay? All right. Super Free says Sapphire Steel. Now, there's like 2 or 3 different versions of it at this point. Are you talking about like Zan's free items list? Are you talking more along the lines of like the wheel, no wheel? Which version of Sapphire Steel are you playing? All right. Rascalot says Emerald Steel, control aggro. Okay. Talk to me a little bit about control aggro Emerald Steel. How's that different from discard? What are like the key cards in your control aggro Emerald Steel? I like Kiwi Sapphire Steel. I feel like it's going to get overshadowed by the free items lists. I think the best answer right now to the Zan problem, they're calling it. I just saw somebody name it. I saw one of the guys in Zan's crew name it on Twitter too. I think they're calling it Blue Stallion is what they're calling it. So like if that's the name it ends up getting, it's Blue Stallion, which is fine. I like that name better than just free items. It is fun. It is stupid. Yeah, it is. But I think that in terms of Kiwi Sapphire Steel, I think it's still solid. I think it deals with the majority of the meta in good ways. Rascalot, so your version plays Tiana's and Emerald Chroma. Ooh, I love Emerald Chromacon. I'm a huge fan of Emerald Chromacon. That is great. Okay, excuse me. I don't have access to like sharing my screen. At least I don't think I do. Oh, maybe I do. Let me see. Open link in new tab. Give me a second. Let me see if I can share my screen. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it. All right, let's see. I'm going to steal the screen from Steph right now. Let's see if he likes that. All right. Can you all see my screen? I'm curious. Can you all see my screen? I don't know if you can see my screen. I don't think you can. Okay. Yeah, so Steph has control of the stream. So what happens is we're using a thing called Restream, which is pretty cool. It allows you to stream to multiple sources. But if I share my screen, Steph has to be behind the camera to say, here's Gabe's screen, and then move it into like the main view. So, all right. I was trying to share, but what I do see, Rascalot, from your list here is you're using Fazul, which I think is pretty cool. Tiana, we do love some spice. We do love some spice. Let me ask you, have you had a chance to test this against some of the meta out there yet, or are you still working on getting testing out on those things? And I think that in terms of green steel, I was playing last night on tabletop. I was messing around with green steel pirates, and it used peats, like the little peats that remove items whenever you play a non-song action. It played Mr. Smee, the green steel dual ink that whenever you play one, it lets you untap pirates. That thing's pretty dirty. That thing is kind of cool. If you have 3 of those little of the medium pirates, like the medium Smees, and you have 3 additional characters that are like dual questers, like the original Mr. Smee, the little Donald Duck that just came out. That would, if you attack it and you banish it, you get to grab an action and put it into your hand. And so you basically have out a bunch of 2 questers. You have out 2 or 3 of those Mr. Smees, which they only cost but like 3. You, on a turn that you have 4 or 5 ink, you can play fire the cannon, or sorry, quests with everybody, fire the cannons, untap the 2 questers. There's no restriction. When you fire the cannons, you because of the Mr. Smees, you ready those characters, you tap them again, you ready them again by playing a second Mr. Smee. It's pretty dirty. Like, you can do a 1-turn kill pretty easily, like from 0, if you've got 2 questers and you have 2 or 3 actions in your hand. It's actually very dirty. I played this deck last championship. Sent twice, top 8 out of 2. Okay, that's pretty sick. We love it. We do love to hear that. You bounce Doc for yourself to draw. Yeah, of course. We love Doc. Doc is a boss. You can also bounce Gogo and other cards with Chromacon. That is, yeah, Chromacon is something. It's something else. Very cool. I do think Green Steel is a good answer, and Jeremy even says that it's Steel Song. Well, not Steel Song. I'm sorry, but it's like Diggy Hole specifically, like the really really low to the ground Diggy Hole version of Amber Steel that he's really concerned with. But if you can do the Steel Song thing and you can just empty your hand out onto the board, I think that's better than Diggy Hole in many cases. 90% lose chance against Sisu deck. Yeah, that sounds about right. Green Steel is tiny weenies, unfortunately. Turtle Power. You should just play it. If I want to play Steel Song, I'd rather play Blue Steel free items. I rather get free. I rather cheat out songs and cheat out items instead of just cheat out songs. I feel like Blue Steel is basically better than Amber Steel songs for doing that. I hate you too. That's I may as all that stuff I just said could have just been boiled down to very simply I hate you, Freddie. You know, the one thing I don't like about Restream is it doesn't tell me how many Twitch subscribers are or how many Twitch people are on here. So I have to actually go to Twitch. I gotta see how many people are here. Twitch TV, twitch.tv / sus side gaming 954. 40 people. Okay, that's pretty stable. Thank you, Otto, for actually being useful in the chat, unlike my teammates. Oh, wait, okay. We're getting people showing up. Who all is playing? Who do we got? Who do we got? Okay, I can't tell who it is yet. Oh, Scott and Chad. Okay. Hey, Chad's there. Well, while they're setting up, Blitzing card, I'm looking at your list. Looking at the one drops, I think it's pretty popular to play Mulan. I think Mulan's fine in the one drop slot. It allows you to cycle. It lets you get closer to your docks, which I think is cool. There's an argument for Captain Hook with Smee in that spot as well. If you feel as though you are comfortable with cycling, you could probably get away with it. I see that you've included 2 copies of I Find My Platinum. Yeah, I mean, if the stream wasn't clear enough, if you don't have a way to wipe a board of items, then you've got problem. Hey, it's okay. That's Scott. I know Scott. Scott's a cool dude. Scott's a swell guy. If I had to guess, Scott is on Amber Steel. Let's see if I'm wrong, but I think Scott might be on Amber Steel, and I believe that Chad may be on Ruby Sapphire. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm right. If I'm right, I get to buy myself a Diet Coke, and if I'm wrong, I'm going to get a Diet Coke anyway. I don't care what you think. But taking a look at the list, I see you got Benjas as well. I think Benjas are solid. 2 questers. You're running the Alice package, which I think is pretty indicative of the Kiwis. Like that's kind of like what makes it the Kiwi variant, right? It's like Alice with Pluto, with Gantu. Those are like the kind of the key pieces of the Kiwi trick. I do like Cogsworth. I wonder if 2's enough, but I think something that I always like to tell people, and I honestly, legitimately believe this. I think YouTubers and influencers want you to believe that there is a perfect 60 cards that you need to have in order to win the game. And the reality is that that's not true. As long as you have the answers to problems, as long as your deck is geared to the way you prefer to play, I think it's more important that the deck is tweaked to your preference and you're more likely to win that way. I don't think there's such a thing as a perfect 60 cards. So that's something that I tend to diverge pretty far from influencers. And the problem is that I'm kind of hurting their metafy when I say things like that. Because if I'm telling you that there's no such thing as the perfect 60, you just kind of have to shape it to make what makes the most sense for you, then why would you just go and follow exactly their guides and play it exactly the way they tell you to play it. So that's my hot take. Take that for whatever that's worth. But I think you got a solid. I think you got a solid deck here. I like your Mulans. I wouldn't hate them if there were hooks. I think that a deck that has both Docs and Hirams, it gets a little bit tricky. You're gonna find some games where you don't need the Docs, but that's fine because you're only playing 2 of them at the end of the day. So, all right. So let's take a look here. Okay, good. So we've got a great lore counter here between Scott and Chad. We can actually see the points. So again, my guess, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that Scott is playing. Oh, you're getting ready for CCS? Oh, that's cool. Yes, Supa, thank you. I think that's very, very well said. His list works for him. And even Jeremy wasn't on exactly the same 60 that Zan was on. Jeremy tweaked it to make the most sense for himself. So even Jeremy's list was a few cards off. All right, but back to the matchup here. These guys are taking a real long time for mulligans here. That lore app, I'm not sure. Steph, if you can hear me, if you can ask them what lore app that is. If you're using an Apple device, though, I recommend using Carbon. That's the one we normally use for our SSG Premier events. Carbon is nice and big like that. Oh, I can't see the die roll. It's hard to tell with those weird colored dice. And Chad apparently throws his dice like he's mad at them because they went all over the table. All righty. All right, so we see. Yep. So I was right about Chad. Chad is rocking Ruby Sapphire. We see popsicles, which is Chad's probably happy about. You want to kind of see something that ramps really cheap, like a Tipo or a Sail. You want to see a Brawl. You want to see a popsicle. He's got some heavy hitters as well. Looking at Scott, of course. Before I could look at Scott's hand, puts it down. So anybody who got a sneak at Scott's hand, please let me know what color combination he's playing. We do see Coil in Chad's hand, or in Chad's deck as well as he's shuffling it. Yeah, I figured. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I had a feeling. I know these guys. Pretty well. They're good friends. Yeah, Freddie's happy about that. Freddie loves to see a Amber Steel lover. He likes me. I'm like, yeah. Well, first of all, Freddie, I don't like you. I love you, just to be clear. Okay? So that's the first thing that you're saying wrong. You're right. I don't like you because I love you. All right. So we're going to see who opens up this game because, again, those dice were tiny and atrocious. And they're talking through. They're talking a bit. We see Chad organizing his hand. Chad's been on Ruby Sapphire for a very long time. I want to say Chad's been on it for the longest. So, okay, so it was Scott who got to go first, which probably makes Scott feel really well. Amber Steel, especially if it's the Amber Steel variant, does generally, and I say generally because I don't know if it's hard for me to agree whether this is true or not, but the numbers would state that Amber Steel songs loses more often to Ruby Sapphire than not. However, the one thing that Amber Steel can do is it goes vroom vroom and it goes really, really fast. And so going first in this scenario is Scott's got to be really, really excited about that. Scott probably knows that Chad was on Ruby Sapphire, probably mulliganed in that way because these are kind of their forever decks. Now we do see that Scott missed his 1-drop. He's playing Penny, which is Bolt's person. Not as strong because there's not a character to give resist to or to heal, but that indicates to me that he's probably having an issue with curving out. He just wants to curve out. He didn't get his 1-drop, and he probably just doesn't want to enter into this game that he's supposed to have the advantage on because he went first, and he's slowly losing that tempo over to Chad. So Chad, of course, is inking the high expensive things in order to play the cheaper things. And so we're drawing. We see Sail the Azurite Sea, which Chad probably is really excited to see because Chad intends to play it. Oh, or not. Let's see. thinking about it. Yeah, I think he did, and I just missed it. I think it glitched. Okay, so we play a. Oh, interesting. We see a second penny come down. He did quest with that first penny, and it looks like an enchanted Cinderella, ballroom dancer or ballroom singer. Now, ooh, Sisu. Okay, so we see the human Sisu in Chad's hand. Probably excited about that because that'll allow him to deal with some problems. This is little Sisu as well as big Sisu are all fantastic answers into Ember Steel. I'm sure he loves that. Chad deciding on how much ink to spend because he's deciding on potentially. Okay, there you go. So he's inking his Sail the Azurite Sea. He's going to turn 4 sideways, which means he's going to probably wind up playing. Oh, okay. Okay, there you go. So he opted to go with a Vitalisphere, and he played the human Sisu to get rid of one of Bolt's persons. All right, which this is good for Chad because Chad is now 2 turns or 2 inks. I should be more specific because with this deck, you certainly can get to 6 before turn 6. So Chad is not that far away from dropping the empowered sibling Sisu. All right, Chad's kind of mulling over what to do in the tank a little bit here. Deciding, hey, I just need to go fast. I need to get points on the board because my game is going to get very, very stuck in a moment. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so interesting inclusion in the deck. We got Hades. Hades allows Scott to bring back a card from the discard, or a character rather from the discard. So he brings back Bolt's person. Kind of creates a little bit of a window here for Scott to either be able to keep his hand somewhat healthy post a board wipe. Freddie, okay. No, I'm not. You're gonna have to be more clear. I don't know what you mean. Is that like a no for you? Like, are we not a Hades fan? Is that what you're telling me? I think it's spicy. I think it's a spicy inclusion. I do love it. All right. Whenever you figure out the English language, Freddie, you can go ahead and come back and talk to us about what you're trying to say because I still don't understand what you're saying. All right, we're inking another Sail the Azurite Sea. We're inking the things that help us to ramp, which is always interesting. It's what he was running the other day. Okay. And Steph, if you're able to hear me, we're gonna have to figure out a diffusing the light because the player on the right side during the event, the premiere events, as well as now, there's a severe glare on that card that is just below the popsicles. I can't tell what that is. So at some point, obviously, don't jump on their table right now, but we're probably gonna want to do something similar to what we did prior, where we kind of took the light above gets somewhat diffused. Scott choosing to quest each of those characters, providing him with 1 lore. Kind of a slow move, unfortunately. Chad in hand only has a popsicle and a Maurice's workshop. So, granted, Chad does not have removal. Scott doesn't know that. Scott is probably worried of a board wipe impending. There's another Hades, brings back that penny again. So we're just cycling those characters. Those characters are just coming back and coming back. Harem. Now, again, Chad does not have removal right now, but Chad can draw. Pretty much every card in his hand is designed to fuel his hand further. So we're going to see now how Chad is going to utilize these 3 cards in order to get there. So choosing to play Harem first, going to pop a popsicle, lets him see the next 2 cards. Any removal? No, we have an unconventional tool, and we have a Sapphire Coil, which helps him to remove things, but again, doesn't have removal yet. No removal for Chad. Chad needs to get to some removal because the second that Scott senses that Chad does not have the ability to deal with his board, he is going to be cooked because Scott can just run away with it. Now, with as much draw as Chad has, Chad can get to his stuff. He can still draw what he needs. So Scott's not out. Scott is not out free just yet. Chad at this point needs to just make his board do as much drawing as possible. And there's another way to do it. So we're going to play another popsicle that gives him a fishbone. Interesting card, given that Chad has been inking all of his ramping solutions. So I'm not sure how he feels about that. Let me know in the chat how you would feel about that. But choosing to Vitalisphere the Hiram in order to get rid of the Hades. So Chad is saying, well, if I don't have removal, then I need my characters to do the things that I need them to do in order to get rid of the board. I cannot let Scott run away too fast. So Chad is sensing it. Chad knows it. He's acting in the ways that you would if you don't have removal in hand. And Scott's got to know at this point, like if you're forcibly using Vitalisphere on a Hiram, that tells you a lot about what's going on in the hand and the board state. All right, so we see the pass over to Scott. Oh, didn't catch what it was that Scott drew. Was that the same turn? I thought it was another turn. Clearly, at locals they don't have table judges with them, so whatever mistakes happen are going to happen. And I'm not there, so I can't run outside of the room and tell them to stop cheating. All right, we see Pete. We see Bolt, or Bolt's person rather, Penny. So just establishing a board state. Scott is just putting down the board state. Yes, Fred, it was a Vitalisphere. We need an intercom system patched to the table. Yeah, I got to hit a button and be like, yo, y'all are cheating. Stop it. Just put a big old buzzer in there. There was an interesting conversation that was had during the, like when the judges were there for the SSG premiere event, and it was like the argument that people at the stream table, at the feature table, they don't get the same experience as somebody who's not at the stream table, obviously. But that includes their judgment calls, because here's the thing: if you're at a premiere event and there is 140 people there, the mistakes can only be figured out between the two players unless a judge happens to be randomly walking by and happens to see it, which happens sporadically. You don't get a table judge at every single table. So there's an argument to be made that they're not getting the same experience. The proper, like, even though the rules say anybody who catches it needs to report it, the way you're supposed to do it at a serious event, like at a DLC, if you are a spectator and you see something that either violates the rules, or you see like a something that they mess up, you're supposed to ask the players to stop playing because you saw something. You cannot tell them what you saw. You have to say, please stop playing. I need to call a judge over about something that happened in this game. Then you're supposed to run over to the judge and tell the judge the thing that you saw in private, and then the judge needs to go and investigate whether or not it was accurate or not. So that's the way you're supposed to do that. And the thing is, of course, because they're on a stream table, everyone is like, fix it right now. But the reality is that not everybody would get that experience. So it's difficult, especially at locals, to justify having table judges. All right, so we see finally Chad gets some removal options. The problem is, it's called snitching. The problem is the removal option that Chad has available to him. The single removal option is a little known song called Be Prepared. And so Chad needs to be prepared himself to say goodbye to his board, or to live in a world where that's not going to be needed. Scott is removing characters, which makes Chad's Be Prepared more valuable. Because if there's characters on Chad's side of the board and there's characters on Scott's side of the board, Chad needs to decide whether that Be Prepared is valuable or not. But if you're knocking my characters out for me, well, you're making my Be Prepared more valuable for me too. And that's fine. All right, we see Chad drawing another Tamatoa. So shiny, Tamatoa. And right now that Tamatoa with 4 items down is worth 5 lore. What we're noticing with these Ruby Sapphire and Sapphire Steel decks is that what they're doing is they are building up something of a spirit bomb. They're creating like the energy needed for this giant spirit bomb to happen. And then they're over the course of the game, they're trying to get down a dime. They're trying to get down the Tamatoa and to create the perfect scenario for the spirit bomb to go off. So Chad right now has what I would consider to be a pretty like a moderate, medium-sized spirit bomb in that Tamatoa. He still needs to get the dime down, choosing to ink the he's choosing to ink the fishbone quill, which is interesting because that would fuel the engine of that Tamatoa, and he's kind of cutting himself short because he needs that ink, but he would rather keep the Tamatoas. He's got 2 of those, and he just drew a brawl. So that brawl could not have come at a better time. We do see Piglet on the table. Piglet is a serious problem for Chad, so that he's probably feeling pretty good about. Yeah, he's feeling great about. He's got to be feeling great about that brawl. So we do see he's got enough to play both. So he's choosing first to draw. That's good sequencing. You want to draw first, so see what else you have available to you before you start committing to plays. We see what looks like an unconventional tool and a Scrooge McDuck, which people in the chat not but 5 minutes ago were calling Donald. All right, so we see unconventional tool come down. And so right now, Chad still has the ability to play that brawl. He's probably deciding whether he wants to quest with the Hiram and see additional cards. He's using the Maurice's Workshop. Okay, so he's opting not to brawl. Oh, wait, no, sorry, because he hasn't inked yet. He can still brawl. Yes, he can still brawl. So he is inking that Tamatoa. He's playing Scrooge for free because he does have 4 items now. So he's able to tap those 4 items. And what this does is it gives him the ability to look at the top 4 cards of his deck. If he finds an item, which there's at least one, and the one that he finds is the Maurice's Workshop, more ways to draw. And of course, we know choosing the brawl, the Piglet. Scott knows it. Scott's like, yep, that's the Piglet. And so there you go. So that kind of limits the problem here. Now, Chad's not out of the water, is not out of hot water yet. Still needs to get some more removal options. He does have another brawl to deal with, one more character. I'm sure he's wanting to see something wild, like a maybe a big Sisu here at this point, an empowered sibling. But Chad needs to just get to the point where he can start laying down Tamatoas, start gathering his lore, because Scott is still dealing with stuff. Is there ever a world where we play a full set of Scrooges? I'm assuming you mean Supa. Or is 3 being a standard just right? I mean, the when you think about what you need 4 of something for, it's because you want to see it at the beginning of the game. If your goal is to play it as free as possible, you need to wait for 4 items anyway. If you need to wait for 4 items anyway, then having a Scrooge at the opening of your hand. Yeah, I know. So he's trolling you. He's trolling you so hard right now. If the point is to play your Scrooge for free, I would say that the correct number is probably 3, because you don't want it in your opening hand. It's going to be ink. You're just going to ink it. You know what I mean? So unless you're okay with having that flexibility to just ink something, that's fine. The problem is we're 7 sets in, and there are a lot of problems that we need to deal with. We've got items now that are a serious problem. So do we pack a 4th Scrooge, or do we pack a Benja for that 4th Scrooge? Do we pack a Find 'em and Flatten 'em for that 4th Scrooge? So these are kind of the answers as deck builders that we have to figure out and solve for. You tell me, what's your vibes? Everybody in the chat, what are some of your vibes? Is it a 4X? Is Scrooge, not Donald, a 4X? Or is it a 3X? What do you all think? If you were building a blue steel deck, where would you put him at? All right, we see more drawing. Oh, do me a favor. Oh, God, is Steph even behind? I don't even know if Steph's behind the computer. Steph, if you're behind the computer, send the restream link to Mikey, please. Now, blitzing, are you saying 3 is so 3 Scrooges, or you mean 3 period? 3 Scrooges or 3 like of any card? Yeah, 2 3. I think 3 is the right number. I'm sure Mikey's gonna come in here and call me dumb, but I love Mikey, so that's fine. All right, so Scott is still sitting at 15. Scott's got to. He needs to get, or he's moving. He moved to 15 last turn. He needs to continue to solve these problems. Now we see that there is a sapphire coil. Inking with the coil out allowed Chad to drop down the strength of So there you go. So we now have a problem. Scott is in danger. Scott is in danger, as Nelson would say, as he's sitting on a bus. But Scott says, all right, let's play this game. I'm going to lay these out. And if you can't wipe these, if you can't deal with this problem, I win. That's what Scott's saying. So can Scott win? Let's find out. We do see he has a brawl. So with one ink, he can deal with one of those. He can force Scott into a position. He can get rid of Mr. Smee. And so Scott can get to 3, but then those characters will go away pretty savagely if Chad has anything to say about it. All right. We see. Ooh, never mind. We just saw the big Sisu. So can Chad drop down multiple Smees and the Calhoun? So can he drop down 3 characters to by one more? Can he get them down to 2 strength? Can he get them down to 2 strength? All 3 of those characters. Let's see. So ink number 1. Coil will be used on. Let's see if he points at a character. Unfortunately, if he doesn't point, then we just have to trust what he says. Oh wait, Freddie, or not Freddie, Mikey. Here, I'm gonna send it to you now, buddy. If you can hear me, I found it. All right, so we took out. Chad was only able to deal with one of those Smees. Now, Chad is in a place where 3, 4, 5. Chad is able to collect 6 lore now every turn, assuming he doesn't put any other characters down. Chad is able to move quickly and close this game out where he's at. Scott just smiled at a card he saw. Let's see what he saw. What did he see? Show me what you got. He got Nala. Okay. Which isn't horrible as long as Chad doesn't have any more removal that is based on willpower. It is not enough for Scott to claim lethal, though. So Scott is still only presenting 4 lore, assuming that the Chad does not. Yeah, so Scott knows that Chad is not going to just let him take out a character to get 2 points from Calhoun. So Scott's just saying, you know what? I need to just quest. I need to just make sure that I can deal with that. And so he's choosing to deal with the Flaversham. So he got 2 lore from the Flaversham because he used Calhoun and Smee together. All right, let's see what does Chad have here. Chad is going to have to deal with the board. So Scott is 3 away. Nala gives him 1. If Chad cannot deal with Nala with cards in his hand, which as of right now we see 2 Tamatoas, that is, and I believe a Brawl. So he can. So Chad can get rid of the Nala. And then if he dedicates dealing with the 2 characters on the board, then Chad puts himself in a position where he can reclaim. All right. All right, we see pointing from Chad. All right. The new Tamatoa, happy as a clam, just gave Chad some more draw power. So this is not looking too hot for Scott right now. Scott's probably thinking, okay, can I get out of this? I mean, Chad's got plenty of ink to use the popsicle to draw with the Marissa's workshop, and so we'll see that. So one draws for popsicle. One activates Marissa's workshop, draws another card. So we see Bell. We see another coil in hand. We know that Chad is still holding on. Oh, there's another Bell. So Chad, like right now, the only removal option Chad seems to have is that Brawl. So the question becomes, what do we do? Do we keep our characters upstanding and not waste them to attack? Do we brawl one of the other characters by inking, or do we brawl the Nala and then just dedicate this turn to preventing Scott from being able to have a board, and then go into phases where he can just turn characters sideways? Can really go either way here. All right. We do see Popsicle exiting the board. Oh, never mind. Oh, Chad realized he made a mistake. However, yep, Bell pops the unconventional tool. He puts down the Sapphire Coil per the effect of unconventional tool. And Chad's board is stacked right now. So Chad is choosing to deal with Scott's board. Goes to 11. Takes a look. We do see that Scott has let the Storm Rage on, choosing to deal 2 to draw a card. It's a Rapunzel. It doesn't do anything here. I think ultimately Scott knows that Chad has this one locked in the bag, and Scott is letting this one go. Yeah, that was very, very unfortunate. That was very unfortunate. That was a tough place to be at. Scott had the first turn. He was on the play and ultimately was not able to stabilize fast enough. Had he gotten just a handful more, like was he able to curve out, he could have won that game. He could have won that game had he curved out, but he didn't, and that's very unfortunate. And yes, Freddie, I did see your TCG order from before. We call that a come up. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, Freddie ordered 2 Scrooge McDucks non-foil from TCG Player. He received an email from the seller who said, "Hey, so I don't have the non-foil. So I have one non-foil and I have a foil." Yes, lucky. Freddie says he's rich. All right. So we're seeing a new mulligan here. Now Scott's going to get the ability to. Why is Freddie buying Scrooge? You know what? Freedom Gaming, that is a great question. I say it's because he's a traitor to the cause, which is a very Illuminati thing to do. So it actually makes perfect sense if you ask me. He's not Blue. Stop calling him Blue Donald. He's not Blue Donald. He's Scrooge. Holy moly. Holy smokes. Yeah, how much is Scrooge going for now? What's Scrooge's price right now? Let's see. We're going into finance, Lorcana finance right now. Scrooge McDuck is currently $35. So $35 for Scrooge. And then for foil, let's see, for a foil Scrooge, how much is that? So it's 35 for a non-foil. Foils are in fact $50. Holy moly! All right. And then looking at the new Tamatoas, let's see if that price has changed much at all. So Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, we are looking at $61 for the new. Okay, so those went down a little bit, and then the cold foil Tamatoas are at 90 doll hairs. $90 for a foil Tamatoa. Insane. I mean, just absolutely nuts. All right, give me one moment here. I'm going to give Steph a call. I'm trying to get a friend in to do some commentating with me. Give me one moment. All right, Mikey, hang tight. Steph is coming. All right. So we see some friendly banter. There's Steph. Look at him. Him in his cute pink shorts. We love it. Hey,
Oh, I think I'm in now, huh?
Mikey, you're in, my man. You're in. What's up,
Awesome.
brother?
Just excited to see a matchup we got to see a lot of yesterday, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I
So
mean,
I was excited
did you
to get
catch
in
that
here.
first game?
I did. Yeah, it looked a lot like inevitable stuff that happens when red blue items can just end the game. Feels bad for Amber Steel sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, in all honesty, though, like the start that Scott has now is much different than the start he had before. He missed his one drop last game. He's got the daisy now, so you got to
Yeah.
imagine he feels a little bit better about the start.
No, I agree. I feel like red blue is playing a little more characters than they did before. So, oh well, that's not one of those characters, but yeah, I mean, it can still hit. The Daisy can still hit some characters, especially
Now
Chadsless because he's still on Talos too.
he is, yeah. That I noticed. I thought that was interesting as well. Like the builds that I had put together prior to day one was running like 26 or 27 characters. I got to imagine
Yep.
he's a little bit closer to 30.
Yep. Yeah, having the Inca Tamatoa feels pretty bad. He may have to ink another one. Ooh, it's another tough
Yeah.
decision here.
Yeah, I mean, but what I mean is, I think you have to, right? Like, I don't think you want to, but I think you got to.
Yeah, and then inking a tool, probably playing a tool or a
Yeah.
Vitalosphere. Yeah, he could next turn pop the Vitalosphere and swing into the Daisy to deal with it with the belt. But
Yeah, that's certainly a way in. We do see that Chad is rocking with 3 cards in hand, which is pretty common now with Ruby Sapphire, with these kind of like Spitfire starts, like these Magic the Gathering openers with playing an item, playing the bell, and especially if you're playing an unconventional tool, you're losing 3 or 4 cards in hand. So it feels a little weird. It feels a little tight sometimes in the first opening parts of this game for Ruby Sapphire.
It does for sure. And then if he gets a chance to play that Hiram, he's like kind of gets to breathe, and which he's holding now. So we'll see what happens here. What Scott does with his turn, drawing for turn. I think it's so funny how some people have certain tendencies where like Scott's one of those where he'll sit there, take a second before he draws the card for turn to see where he's at and what he's looking for. It's a cool little thing that he does.
I started doing that because I noticed that I was missing. There was games that I was playing where I was like not taking a pause and realizing, yo, I got this game in the bag. Like if I just counted up my lore, I wouldn't have to even worry about the draw. But so I started doing that because I noticed that I was playing too fast.
No, it's definitely a good habit to get into, just to kind of reevaluate the board and see where you're at. Scott obviously not questing with the Daisy there, just in case that Bell could just swing in with the Vitalosphere to knock it out. And like we said, now Chad's kind of getting to breathe a little easy. He's seen 3 baby Tamatoas in his top 15, 20 cards at this point.
Wild. Yeah, it's kind of insane. It's kind of insane. I mean, it's good and bad because like I think you're put in a position where they become the obvious ink.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you know the pains of having to ink something early and then kind of thinking back on your game and say, so why did I lose? Oh, I know, because my heavy hitters were in my inkwell on turns 1, 2, and 3.
Actually, I think that might be all 4 Tamatoas because I think that there's 2 more in
It
his hand and he's
is.
inked 2. So
Yep.
that's all 4 Tamatoas in his first 15 cards. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yep.
Unless he gets wheeled here, but see what Scott goes into. This is probably an aerial turn, I'd imagine.
I mean, that's what the cards would tell me. No,
Or is he even
opting
on
for
aerial? Is
Lawrence.
he on aerial? I didn't see aerial played in the first game. This may be more like a low to the ground diggy hole version
You
with
may not
Gantry.
be wrong. I mean, the only songs I haven't seen Zeus.
Yeah.
I've only seen what you would expect to see in Diggy. You and Freddie, I think, has seen the list. Yeah, he's running docks. That's a good call out. He is running docks, so it's got to be
Okay.
the Diggy hole version, or at least like the even if not the with the mines, like just the non wheel version. Oh,
That's a
did we
Scrooge
just?
for having to pay 4 for Scrooge.
Yeah, that's not good, but also,
Lots
well, I
of
guess it's
coil.
not the worst either. You got a coil out of the deal.
And he can use this Scrooge to Vitalisphere as well. But I don't know if he's gonna want to do that because you obviously want to draw the cards off the Flabbersham. Oh, he has a popsicle in hand, never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
he's sitting pretty. He's sitting pretty.
a abundance of resources for Chad here. And knowing it's not a wheel deck, he can kind of just sit there and draw cards too. He's got a few turns. Obviously with the item builds now, you don't have a way to steal lore away or have that pirate's life, to kind of, give you breathing room. You have to just kind of draw to your outs. So he is going to did he pop it without he's not questing with Hiram, he just popped it.
Yeah, I think
Hmm.
he's anticipating playing the. Oh wait, let me
No, he
just.
just used the one ink he
Yeah,
had left on the okay, so he swung with the Flaversham first so that they
yeah,
both would live, making it harder for Scott to get Rapunzel value, which is really what you
correct.
want to do in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, he's getting those items right back next turn, right? Because he knows he's playing that Tamatoa. He's going to grab those 2 one cost items and be ready to go.
Yeah, and I mean, Scott doesn't know it just yet, but he's got to imagine. Like, if I see you inking Tamatoas like that, pretty willy nilly, I mean, that tells me that there's more on the way.
Yeah, but there's sometimes that they're stuck. They have some uninkables, I wouldn't anticipate my opponent to have all 4
Yeah,
at
maybe
this
not that.
point. So, but yeah, so Scott is going to take care of that Flaversham. He's got to take that Rapunzel value, even though it's not, best case scenario. Just take what he can get at this point before that big Sisu or little Sisu comes down and finishes that Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly.
Questing
And
with Daisy. It's 2 sales hit off of Daisy. I don't see the chat updating on my end here. Let me see if I can
yeah, mine's is updating. There's a lot of trolling. There's a lot of people calling Scrooge Blue Donald is what's happening. So you're not
Blue
missing a whole
Donald.
lot.
You know where that came from?
Is that
That's
Joey's fault?
no, that's Final Boss. Final Boss himself.
The final boss, Hector.
Yeah, himself. Yeah,
The
Blue
final
Donald.
boss. I don't know how I feel about Hector taking over the mantle that The Rock has taken and calling himself the final boss, but I guess
I like it. I like it.
the final boss.
All right, here we got the popsicle. So instead of going into the Tamatoa route, he's just gonna kind of put a bunch of items out, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. I mean,
So we got
that's what they do, right? This is what Ruby Sapphire is all about. Is you gotta build your spirit bomb, and you start.
this is kind of tough. This is kind of tough for Chad because if he does swing this Scrooge in, if Scott has another Rapunzel in hand,
Yeah.
Scott's gonna refill and okay, never mind. Never mind. That's a good
Yeah.
line now because now he can use that ink off of the Lawrence, swing the Scrooge in.
Yep.
So Lawrence only attacks for 2. Scrooge only takes 2, and now he can't get any
Yeah.
any Rapunzel value. That's a really good line, Chad. Just
Yeah.
to
It was solid. That was real solid. And look at that board state. I mean, just 3 characters down. The Daisy Duck
yeah.
cannot quest without being punished. It can't get a free Rapunzel. Scott's back is against the wall. I think there's no question about it here.
Has there been any comments in the chat about how do we only have red blue items and steel song players at SSG yet?
Somebody mentioned it at the
Of all day
beginning.
yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they mentioned it yesterday. It's funny because if you've seen Zan's podcast, like they were talking about how many apparently their perspective, their perception is that Amber Steel is like the deck at SSG. And
That's
they
so
were
funny.
anticipating 30%, which they ended up being right, by the way. It ended up being close to 30% of the field.
Was it
So,
really?
it pretty like, well, it was like 20. It was like high 20s by my
Yeah.
count. So they were pretty darn close. Like I guess they were expecting more Amber Steel to fall off the meta and kind of knowing what was coming.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of that point where I think Chad's just gonna kind of take over with the game. I don't think he has the big Sisu yet, but he has options. Like he could play Little Tamatoa, grab an item, play Bell for free. He could play Tala. I like the Little Tamatoa line because he has the diamond hand, so you're able to play that dime for free if it's not answered the following turn. Probably giving up this little Sisu to swing into Daisy, but he's got a couple options here for sure.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you're right though. I mean, we are in the stabilization phase, and the
Yeah.
Tamatoa kind of seals the deal there for that. There's really not. We know that Scott's not running Zeus. We know Scott doesn't have anything to deal with this board super effectively that doesn't require him to go wide to get a strength of Raging Fire out. So, I mean, if you look at it, looking at Scott's face, I think kind of tells you the story too. Like you could just see he's like, well, what's the point, right? Like that's why I love these face cams. I mean, I referencing them, I always feel bad because I feel like the players are going to come back and listen to this kind of commentary and feel some kind of way. But here's the thing: a big part of being good at this game is not giving tells. And so if Scott comes back and realizes what a tell that is, maybe he'll learn from it.
I will still say I've had that exact same face sitting on the opposite side of a Steel Song player. So hey, you know what? It kind of what goes around comes around.
Yeah, you're right. And listen, I've had that face plenty too. Okay, I know that feeling. I'm not judging at all.
So to be able to actually ink that Tala and make Daisy -1 to let the Sisu live is actually relevant. You know, so now that Sisu's still gonna live another turn and he could potentially shift it the following turn.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so
This
powerful.
This is gonna be I don't see how Scott ever comes back in this.
No, I don't. And Scott doesn't. I don't think Scott sees it either.
Oh, he didn't. He messed up there. That was a missed trigger off of the coil for sure. He definitely could have because he inked after he had the coil out, and he must have just forgot that he had it out. But he definitely could have minus the Daisy there, so that Sisu would still live, and that Bell wouldn't have taken any damage.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Chad. If you watch this game back, learn your lessons, bro. Yeah, I gotta say I do love having this camera.
Oh,
wait.
80s. What is this spice?
Yeah. You didn't see it. Yeah, you didn't see it, and it showed up in game 1. Yeah, and it brought back Penny Bolt's person a few times.
Okay,
it was pretty cool actually.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it was not bad.
Yeah, I'm sure Chad will be frustrated in that play. I don't think it's really going to have a major effect on this game, but
I don't. Yeah.
I know that he's the kind of person that likes to play pretty tight. So
yeah, I mean, we do see Brawl in his hand in Vitalisphere. So in terms of removal options, Chad is running lean, but it doesn't mean that he can't figure out ways to get more cards in his hand. He's choosing to ink that coil, of course.
I think Scott probably just asked, "Do you want a minus dock here?"
yeah. That's not that. Yeah, that's look at that smile. That grin on his face is telling me that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. So he's probably going to hit the Smee here, I'd imagine.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Oh.
And Bell will swing in. Bell will swing into dock.
Yeah.
And then probably play the dime for free, get another 2 lore.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Chad is out of gas here, right? So if Scott has exactly Storm or something and he can Hades Storm the Tamatoa, he's not completely dead, but it's still not in a great position.
No, he's not. It's not a fantastic position. I mean, there's really what outs does he have available to him? I mean, does he want to draw a dock to draw more cards? Is that going to really solve his problems at this point? We do see, in fact, there's a dock. Yeah, there is the wow. Say his name and he appears.
Yeah, I mean, Chad is only at 5, so and he did find the Storm. That's so funny. So
Yeah.
he could kill the only thing that quests for 2 on Chad's board. So that
He
does
really
slow
can.
down the timer a lot there, right? And you
Yep.
draw another card.
Yeah, this
I can't
is
see the
true.
other card. It's Storm and Lawrence, I think. Or is that the Prince?
That no, the shiny one you're saying? Wait, for who?
Oh, that's
For
Penny. It's Penny, I think.
yeah, it's
For
Penny. Yeah, it's Penny Bolt's person. Yes.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, does he do it? He's still thinking about it. I think he's debating whether that's the play.
I think you have to kill the Tamatoa here, just because it's a
Yeah.
2-quester. I mean the objection is, do you just go wider and maybe kill the other bell? But
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
If you can present a like a next turn lethal, then maybe that'd be a consideration. But I don't think he can. 15, yes, he's up to 6. So yeah, Scott's got 16 on the like. Scott can get to 16 right now. I don't think he can put down 4 more lore at this point. I think he needs. You're right. He needs to deal with Tamatoa. There's just no 2 ways about it.
Do you know the text on Bolt Penny's person?
Yes, it says that when you play this character, chosen character of yours gains resist +1, and you can heal 2 damage off of it.
Okay, that doesn't really do a lot in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, like what it's good for is like you use it on a Lawrence or whatever. Like so, like maybe you attack with a Lawrence, then you use it, you heal the Lawrence. Suddenly, the Lawrence is super powered again, like that kind of thing.
Okay, so he's gonna go. Oh my goodness,
Did he not? He did not do it?
he did not, and Chad just drew an 8-drop Tamatoa.
Yikes!
Yeah, that's. I don't think he has enough to play Tamatoa and activate Dime, but and maybe Scott's line is better, right? Because now Scott could potentially go to. I mean, there's
Goes
no
to
way that
19
Hades
next
lives.
turn.
So
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
say 7. Oh, Penny Quest for 2.
correct. Yeah, she
Oh,
does.
okay.
So he can go to 18 next turn.
Yeah, because I don't think there's any way that Hades is living.
No, I mean, and then what Scott needs to do then is just draw a 2-quester and pray to whatever he believes in. All right, we see Popsicle.
Tamatoa. So Tamatoa into Popsicle. Chad probably gonna hold both. Well, I guess he can play that Popsicle for free and draw a card.
Yep, which is what he does. He draws another Tamatoa for it. He has a
Hold on a
Vitalsphere
second.
and
Didn't we see 4 Tamatoas already?
did we?
I could swear we saw 4 6-cost Tamatoas already.
Was that last game?
Maybe it was.
That might have been. Is that last game or this game?
I think that was this game. Someone needs to check Chad's deck.
Yeah, chat. Tell me.
I could
Chat,
have
tell
swore
me.
he inked 2, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe we only saw 3. That's the 4th one.
All
So
right. So
inking
yeah.
the Vitalis rare, swing the bell into the Hades, take 1 damage.
Yep.
The other bell's gonna quest.
Yep. You got a
And
question.
so
Freddie's
it was one
saying that
big
he inked a
1-1.
big. Freddie's saying that one of the ones that we thought might have been a big one.
Okay, that makes sense. They all look the same. Crab, big claws,
Right.
blue.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Blue crab. Lots of treasure on its back. I mean, come on now.
Very shiny.
Yeah.
They both
So
get
shiny.
items back. Yeah.
All right. So we've got on board for Chad a total of lore equaling 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 lore on Chad's side of the board right now. Assuming nothing happens to those characters. On Scott's side of the board, he's got 2, 3, 4 lore worth of characters. So did he draw?
Skinner.
What does he draw? Let's see. Hey Skinner, what's up, buddy? I see he's back from his locals. He was in cool stuff. That's cute.
Seems like he might be back a little early, no?
Yeah, that means he lost him pretty quickly. He got clapped. He didn't even wait to see if he won. He just was like, forget him out.
Oh,
Yo, he made.
first, he said.
Wow,
That's
he's
awesome.
not, folks. He's not washed. He's undefeated.
No.
He's actually, just because he commentates doesn't mean he's washed. Can you believe it? He might win set champs this time. No, just kidding. He won that too. he actually did really well for himself in set champs this past season. All right, come on. Let's see. Let's see what you got. Show me what you got. Let's go, Chad.
Okay, what you got? I wonder how much time is left in the round. They got to be kind of close, huh?
I would imagine. I mean, yeah, I would think so. They're on round 3. Scott, what do you got for me, bud? What do you got? So we see you inking a piglet to play a dog.
Another doc.
He draws a song, probably not what he wants to. Oh, wait, I see
Gantu.
Gantu. What? There's a Gantu in this deck? Are you
I
crazy?
saw
right
him ink
now?
one. I saw him ink one early. So honestly, he can't play it though.
No, I know. Yeah. I mean, wait, what? How many cards are in chat? Is that one card that's like in the middle of his board? Is that his hand? I'm guessing that's his
That's
hand.
his hand. Yeah, I think it's just a 6-cost Tamatoa. I actually think that Gantu would win him the game if he could put it down.
I think
That's
he
so
will.
unfortunate.
Yeah. Can you believe it? Do you believe in miracles, Mikey? Do you believe in miracles?
I played against too many blue red decks to not. They've eliminated all my hope and miracles.
Oh goodness. Yeah, it's not common, but it happens. And we see
Yeah.
SpongeBob in the back.
I'm
Shout
just
out to
happy we get to
SpongeBob
see
Magic the Gathering.
Henna. Yeah, I'm happy to get to see Henna walk through the stream every once in a while.
All right.
This is a weird line.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he's gonna try to buy himself. He's gonna try to get that Gantu to win.
Which is what he's going to need. I mean, I don't hate it. I do appreciate the idea that you can't, just because you see your line to victory doesn't mean that you can't assume that danger isn't coming.
Yeah. My thing is that you're gonna have those characters gonna have to swing in anyways to stop you
Yeah.
from winning. And you took the last turn on not value trading. So the
Yeah,
value
and
trade at this point I think is probably wrong. I think he probably should have went to 9 or 18 here.
yeah, and not only that, but he could have also sung that strength. Like
He definitely did play a doc. You're right.
yeah,
That doc was fresh, by the way.
yeah,
That's a judge call
yeah,
for
yeah. Doc
sure.
was wet. He should not have attacked with the doc. Yes, that's correct. He should not have attacked with the doc. Yeah. Oh no, that's it.
Yeah, that's
Asterisk on the game. Asterisk on the game.
you know what's
I mean,
crazy is he's still gonna win this.
yeah,
Yeah, that'd
yeah,
be an insane 2-drop. Imagine draw 2 cards and be able to rush the same turn. Pretty
yeah.
good.
Absolutely nuts. Yeah, the greatest value of all time. Even stronger than Coil. Stronger than Bell and Coil.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was that's the way I feel like that matchup goes. I do think the Diggy Hole version got worse into Red Blue just because of Bells. Any of the Red Blue that plays Bell, right? Like there's some Red Blues that don't play Bell and they're still on that like shark route, but the ones that do.
Yeah. That doc was wearing a Sus Side Gaming T-shirt, is what he was wearing. It wasn't a South Side Gaming. It was a Sus Side Gaming T-shirt.
Yeah.
That was a rough matchup to watch. I mean, the worst part is like there was like these glimmers of hope that Scott had, like these little moments that he could have taken the game, and I mean, barring the doc situation, I mean, that's tough. That's just rough. I mean, I know. I mean, I know that you have been kind of outspoken. You're not claiming that it's dead, but I do, and you've even said it now, where like the value of Ember Steel is not as strong as it is. Like it's the value of it has
Yeah.
certainly dropped.
Yeah,
By
that is
by
probably
your
extreme.
estimation. So
That
talk to
is
me a little bit.
extreme.
Like, is that a factor of so is it that there's no tools that are available to get it back to level, or is it just this, like we need to do some more work on Amber Steel and we can get back there? Like is there no hope for Amber Steel to get there in your estimation?
Well, and again, I didn't say Amber Steel was that. I said traditional steel song was what I thought
Thank you.
took the
Sorry.
biggest hit.
Yes, thank you for correcting me.
Just because I think traditional steel song against the Quill deck is a lot worse than I think that's what traditionally made it bad back in set 2, set 3, whenever you played against Red Blue, it was like an auto loss.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad. But I definitely think it's worse than it has been in the last couple sets because these blue decks are adapting into this Fishbone Quill build, right? So they're able to use those cards that you're giving them with wheel and they used to not be able to use them as immediately as they are able to now.
Yeah,
Something like a Diggy Hole wasn't really impacted by that because they're not refilling their opponent's hands. Um, so it's I don't know. It's just was my opinion, and Chuck kind of proved me wrong yesterday. So I also think Chuck is on the top tippity top
I was
of
gonna say that.
uh percentage of Steel
Yeah,
Song players. Um, I think on average, if you took a Steel Song player into a Red Blue Items player, I think that they would struggle.
I would agree. I mean, I was just gonna say that, but you took the words out of my mouth. I feel like having Wochuk pilot that thing, having somebody who's literally played it since set one. I mean, you're not you're right. You're not gonna get the same results that he was able to eke out and barely, but it was able to eke it out. The difference in that game is certainly a skill one. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And I
it's
mean, you could one thing you could say Chuck too, right? Like Chuck made day two almost every time in the DLC when he played, and every single time he played against Red Blue, and guess what? He lost.
yep.
So
It's
it's
been
always
yeah.
been unfavored for them. Um, but I don't think Blue Steel has ever been as prevalent as it is right now. So now there's two decks that are unfavored for Steel Song to where there was only one before,
Yeah, that's
which
true.
is another factor that I think is making Steel Song a little harder to be the choice for a tournament. At least if I was playing in a competitive event.
Now, to that point, though, I mean, if you're talking about traditional versus Diggy here,
Hmm.
Jeremy on the last podcast with Zan, well, the last podcast was they were literally in the car driving on the SSG, and then they posted it after SSG because obviously they didn't want people to know what they were playing. But Jeremy
Yeah.
pretty much openly said in the opening minutes of that podcast that what he's scared of is Amber Steel. That's what he said. They've also said that they plan on unveiling a second deck that is going to go up on their Metafy that they're going to be playing this coming weekend at another event that they claim is quote unquote the answer to the free items blue steel deck that they just brought to SSG. Is it Amber Steel or do you think it's
No, it's
something else?
probably Emerald Steel, I'd imagine, just because. And the same vein of when Steel Song was bad versus Red Blue, Green Steel kind of came out of nowhere and started winning, right? Because they took that
Yeah.
discard strategy to when they would get a little a little excited about inking their hand, and then all of a sudden their hand's gone and they're top decking. Uh, Green Steel could capitalize on that, so I think that's probably the deck he's mentioning. I think Amber Steel's song specifically is probably okay against the Oswald variants. I actually think Amber Steel is really bad against the Bell curve versions that have like um Cogsworth and just kind of curve
Yes.
out into Flabbersham without the whole new world. And you're just kind of refilling their hands and they're playing a bunch of threats. Play a lot of the similar songs. But yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not a Steel Song player. This is just speculation from experience that I've had against some of those decks.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards it being Emerald Steel as well. I think for a number of reasons. If you look at the percentages of the win rates from SSG, and it was cool because what they did at SSG was they submitted all the decks, and if you do it through Ink decks, you can
Yeah,
actually link it to Dreamborn and link it to Melee. So we literally see every record, every game. And Emerald Steel actually had a 60 something percent win rate against Blue Steel.
yeah,
So that's one thing that's giving me the impression that it's green steel. The second thing is Zan won a major event with green steel. So I'd imagine that
yeah.
somebody who has the inside track on green steel would be Zan. So I can't see it not being green steel for those two reasons primarily, you know.
Yeah, and I saw the final boss walking in here so that we get to see
Oh,
the final boss on stream, so that's exciting.
it's the
Looks like
final boss. Where's he
yeah,
at?
but I think I saw him walk around with his big Charizard backpack, so
He was
that'll be exciting for sure.
There he is. Is he
Yeah,
back playing? Is he back on stream? He's back on stream. We get to talk
yeah.
about Hector. Wait, is that Kylie? Kylie.
I, I think it's Hector and Chad. I saw Kylie pop in, but I don't
Yeah, it
think he's
is. It's Hector
playing.
and Chad. Okay. So we're about to see oh great. We're gonna get a red blue mirror. You ready?
Yeah, yeah. But I will say it is a red blue mirror as far as colors go, but these deck lists I think are very different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So unless Hector changed, I didn't see Hector's match earlier, so I'm not aware.
I know he's been on the hunt for those Tamatoas, so I'm sure those are in there. But yeah, it feels like Hector's deck list is always a little bit different from what's out there. Like Hector really, he really, he'll take ideas from other decks, but like his vibe and how he operates with a deck really informs some of like these very unique choices I've noticed about his deck choices.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we joke about some of our. We have a local that we joke about having a what they're calling like a garage sale deck. Like if you think of, if you know Chris Para, he just
Yeah.
throws
Yep.
in like like fang crossbows or whatever. I don't
Yeah.
think Hector's that far off. I think Hector's pretty close to a garage sale deck himself.
I think there is a fine line between people that like to not experience probably not the right word, but step outside what the societal norm is with a deck 60
Yeah,
and make changes. And Hector does it in a way that I think is very effective. And it's proven, and he's not afraid to make that leap. I don't think anyone in the world is playing a 60 like Hector, but he's obviously been successful time and time again in multiple events now with a 60 similar to what he's on now.
yeah,
And I think that's super respectful. So look at someone like Artifacts, right? Beginning a last set, green purple, cutting friends on the other side, just as an easy example, right? Everybody's like, that's crazy. How can you cut a card that draws you two cards? Pot of greed, blah, 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 whatever people say. But now he's starting to top events and no one's really questioning anymore. And
yeah,
Artifacts is an incredible player. I think Hector's right in that same vein.
yeah,
He's not afraid to make those changes. And you have to be able to test, and he's not doing it willy-nilly. He's putting a lot of time and games into making that decision. So no, I have all the respect in the world for Hector.
yeah. I mean, I agree with that. And Chad is I think is a solid player as well. I think Chad has a lot of experience with Ruby Sapphire. I think this is gonna be an interesting matchup to watch.
Yep. And
Does
Chad's another one. So Chad in Seattle, I think he had Robin Hood in his red blue list,
Yep,
which was a spicy take.
it was. He made
Um,
day. Well,
he made day two. Yeah. So it's look, man, it's easy to, I don't want to say it's easy to, it is easy to net deck, right? Like but if you don't know why the people are doing that or why that player is doing that for that specific meta and then making your own informed decision off of that, that's what separates you, right? Like you can ask
yeah,
almost any player, hey, why did you do this? And they'll tell you. I mean, most of them won't medify you, they'll just tell you. And you can make your own assumptions from there. Like, okay, so he did that to attack this deck. So I want to do the same thing, but I think this card attacks it the same way. Like
yeah.
that's deck building at a core, which I love Lorcana for because it changes so often.
It really does. I like. So I've played many card games, but not as competitively as I've played this game. But the one thing
Yeah,
I've always loved about card games, I've played all kinds, and it's just, even just to play with my friends, it's because I love the deck build. My absolute
yeah,
favorite thing to do is to sit in front of a television, have every card in my collection in front of me, just put the 60 cards together. I draw like 5 or 6 mulligans, and then I go, this deck is okay. Let me break it up and build a whole new deck. So I feel like
yeah,
kind of lets me do that so well, and I love it in this game as well.
yeah. I agree.
Oh, Otto's
I'm interested
your
in
boy Otto's over here saying that he was counting the cards that Hector was counting, and apparently Hector's on 61 cards if his math is right.
yeah, and I see Reels 90 talking in the chat as far as like deck building, but not liking deck building but loving playing. Like
Yeah,
there's people that are one way or the other, and there's people that like both. I
yeah,
like to do both. I
me
like to
too.
deck build for multiple different kinds of people, so I like to help my team out when they ask me questions. But that's also why I'm very opinionated, which can be a little bit diversive for people. But I've been proven wrong a lot. Like, I mean, and I think that you have to be proven wrong to learn. Now, when you are proven wrong, what do you do with that? I think is a big thing.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm not surprised Hector's on 61. He probably couldn't find something to cut for this list, and you draw
and
enough
he and
cards
yeah,
anyways.
and he ain't afraid to play 61. He know like, and on top of that, Ruby Sapphire cycles enough and it draws enough to overcome a little bit of that mathematical enigma of like, oh, having the perfect 60 or whatever.
Yep, yep.
I have
I
a question
think
for the chat.
that's a
Chat, I
whole
want to
nother.
know. Oh yeah, yeah. Chat. I want to know how many. So we've peaked to about 80 something people in the Twitch stream. We're down to like 65 right now on Twitch. But I want to know everybody in the chat. How many of you have ever been to SSG? How many of you are watching that are not local? I want to know how many of you are watching right now that are not local. I'm really curious. Like how many of you are like coming in and watching the stream just because you saw the stream and like you've never been to SSG before? Let me know in the chat. So Phoenix.
Phoenix. I know
Okay.
Phoenix. Shout outs to Phoenix. I know he played Lurple for a little bit.
Yeah.
Dallas. Never heard of the place.
Wow.
Freddie.
Yeah. So that's really
From
cool.
the UK. Oh my God. What time is it in the UK?
Yeah, why are
Holy.
you? Yeah, go to bed. What do you do? Or wait, or go to work. I don't know which one it is, but
Yeah.
you got to do one. Okay, very cool. So the
PA,
reason why I
that's
ask is
awesome.
because I want you to just understand, like SSG is such a cool place. Think about your locals. What do you get for your fee for locals? You're paying what, like 10 or 15 quid or bucks or whatever it is, whatever country you're in.
Wait.
Yeah, well, some people call it quid. You know, they call it, that's kind of
Yeah,
like
no,
bucks.
yeah.
So at SSG for locals, first place takes an entire box of whatever the current set is.
Yep.
Whether if there's 8 people there, it's a win a box. So just to give you an idea, that's why you're seeing meta decks. Even this is quote unquote locals. You go to a lot of locals and it's like, oh, I'm gonna play my Pirates deck, or I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna play my.
Yeah.
You're gonna win a box. You're gonna go, like, we compete at the highest level here at
You got to
SSG.
go hard.
Yeah. Yes, every locals is a win a box reels. Yeah.
Appreciate you, Phoenix. Yeah, I'm glad. Congrats on that, on winning your set champs.
You won with Phoenix won with your list. That is,
Yeah,
bro, that's gotta
I mean,
feel
I don't know if
pretty
he won with
awesome.
my list, but he might have like taken some inspiration from it, and I think that's why it's important. And I know we got to get to the game here, but I just want to say one thing. So a lot of the videos that I like to do is talk about my reasoning for things, because look, I'm not a genius, right? I just like to tell people what I think and what I've experienced, and then they can make their own decisions from there, right? Like they may think a card is better in that same spot that I think it's good. So Phoenix might have taken my list and made it better, and wanted a set chance because of it.
Yeah, no, certainly. I mean, I was playing your list for a little bit too. In fact, for those of you that don't know, I played Blurple before it was cool to play Blurple. I was playing it set 1. I took it to Miami TCG Con. Boy, did I get smoked, but I had a great time.
All right, we're already well into this game now, right? So they're at 6. Looks like Hector's at 6 ink, I think.
Yeah.
And Chad's on his Flaversham turn.
Yes. They're both at a so go ahead.
I was just gonna say Hector's on a shark build, right? And Chad's more on a or item build, not locations, an item build. So this should be a little interesting. It's interesting that Chad's on an item build, but he's still playing sales. I think that might be something that is to be explored a little more, because you're playing so many items that cost 1. You can still fill those gaps while ramping with sale. Yeah, it lowers your hand a little more, so if green steel does become popular, that may need to change. But it is a cool little approach to still run sale in that instead of just the quill.
Yeah. Yeah, that is certainly the case. I think when it comes to these games, like, we were talking a little bit about the fact that we kind of talked over these opening sequences, but especially in this mirror match, the game doesn't really, like, they're establishing their ink counts, they're putting down items. This is like, the game doesn't really start for a red blue mirror until Otto, you tell me, when does the game start in a red blue mirror actually? Like, is it like ink 6? Is it ink 7? Like, when do we actually start doing things traditionally?
Hector looking at this card saying, "This is a Donald, not a Scrooge."
This is a Donald. Who said Scrooge?
The game starts. A dime comes out for Chad. The game starts. A shark comes out for Hector. The game starts.
Yeah,
I think it's two different game plans here that are going to kind of take over the game and run with it.
Yeah, and reels. They easily on a 2. Like, I don't know how many people are there tonight. They're doing 4 rounds. So what is if they're doing 4 rounds, they got to be at least at like what, 15? What's the number for 4 rounds?
Yeah, and they don't do top 8 at least typically, unless it's a pop up. So it'll just be based on standings. So 4 to 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think right now. Yeah, so it's like 16ish for 4 rounds.
If it's only 4, there may be another round after this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
look at that pretty crab.
Oh, nice. All right, so now the game started, and boy, oh boy, is that crab so shiny, so pretty, so happy. I want to get a set of those so bad. I'm the kind of person that if I get an enchanted, I sell the enchanted to try to recoup my cost. Like, I try to play this game at a net 0 cost as much as I can. That's kind of my goal. But I want to buy 4 of those enchanted Tamatoas. He's like my absolute favorite character in all of Disney.
This is interesting because the 6 cost Tamatoa, how far I'll go, and still being on Sharks and Pirates Life and stuff is similar to the list I played against at SSG Saturday, and it kind of threw me for a loop. I was like, okay, I don't really know how to attack this. So I'm wondering if it's Chad's in the same boat. Like, okay, he's not on a linear game plan. He's got kind of multiple ways to end the game. So
Yeah.
how do you deal with this? Do you need to deal with that Tamatoa? Do you just do your own game plan and try to get further into your deck drawing cards? Yeah, it makes for some tough decisions.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we see in Hector's hand, well, barely we can see, but I do see some items in his hand. So certainly, if he quests with that Tamatoa, he's going to get value from it. We see Coil come down, so Chad's in a position where he can start brawling that Tamatoa if he needs to,
Yeah,
if he can
I
get enough
think
ink down to do it.
that might be the. Oh no, he's gonna just minus the Medusa, so that Scrooge lives. I don't think he
Yeah.
has the brawl.
All right. We see. Yeah. Okay. All right. We see. What was that? Was that a Maurice's workshop that just went down?
That was really weird sequencing, right? Didn't he just play that Quill?
Wait.
Or not
Uh,
Quill, I'm sorry, the Coil, not the Quill, the Coil, but he just played the Coil for a turn, so he could have
he could have
played
drawn.
Coil.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have played the Workshop first, played Coil,
Yep.
Ink, drawn a card.
Yeah, and he has an ink available, so he absolutely that was absolutely bad sequencing. He had an ink available he could have turned that one ink into a draw.
We used to seeing bad sequencing, watching Joey play this deck, so
Yeah. Sequencing is so important with these stupid items. They just, oh goodness gracious.
yeah, it definitely is.
I was running scrims with RMB. RMB's got a deck he's like testing out that he thinks can beat Blue Steel. I don't want to reveal the sauce. I don't know if he plans on like making anything of it, so I won't say what it is. But
Yeah,
I would say
Charlie.
it was my first time ever playing the Blue Steel deck. Boy, oh boy, my sequencing sucked. It was so bad, so bad. I'm like, I gotta play this more.
He wouldn't be able to draw a card. Maybe you're right, actually, because that one ink left. Yeah, you might be right. I think he was only at 6. So if he plays Workshop first, pays Coil, I guess, yeah, you're right. It's the same. He couldn't have done it without inking.
Yeah. And Otto, I would never tell. First of all, I would never tell anybody secrets. That's rude. I would never do that. But secondly, even more that I would never do that anyway. RMB is a bald brother like myself, and there is a special bond between bald people that you gotta like me and Hector. Hector's the final boss, okay? But you know what? Me and Hector, we understand each other because we share this in common. So
What did he? All right. I'm confused there.
what do we miss? What do we miss?
He played a Sisu, popped the Vitalosphere, and was able to kill the Tamatoa. Did it have damage on it already?
I did not catch that. I don't see any. Well, there's a dice near where it was, so maybe. But
Yeah, he must have had damage on it from something else. Maybe the Scrooge.
all right, yeah. So Hector is deciding on a Tala trigger here. Didn't get to see exactly what it is. Oh, Tamatoa swung the Scrooge.
Yeah, I gotta pay more attention. Yeah, sorry. Reading
Thank you for
chat,
keeping an eye
talking
on
to
that.
you, looking in your dreamy eyes. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, Mikey, I love you too, buddy. I understand.
Another Tamatoa to answer this Flabbersham is actually insane. Another Sisu, I mean, sorry. He just answered the first one with the little Sisu. He has another one to answer it, but he could also ink and play big. Oh no, he can't ink. Never mind. He already drew cards, but little Sisu still answers Flabbersham.
Yeah, he does. We see the
Oh, wait, okay.
Talisphere.
I didn't think he did anything yet this turn, so he can ink and play big Sisu and kill both.
He could.
But what do you want to ink here, right? Like, you have 2 Tamatoas in hand.
Yeah.
You don't want to probably ink either of these.
No, you don't. I mean, you certainly want to like the more you can play those, and especially in this matchup, just dropping bombs after bombs. You need to stay above the Sisus. You need to stay above the brawls. He's currently, we do see one Coil on Hector's side, which is not fantastic for Chad, but it's not it's not so bad that he's basically going to get board wiped for playing big characters. He might be able to tackle one here, one there. But yeah, I think the way to stay above this is if you're not going to get your hideaway to get rid of that coil, then you just need to keep playing these monster threats, and so you can't ink them. You got to keep them. All right, we see
That's
the
pretty good.
Sisu. Yeah, human
That's a
Sisu
good
gets
line.
rid of a Flaversham. Can't be mad at that. That's kind of why it's there.
No. Yeah, no, this is a good line for sure. I mean, Hector still has, I think, 3 or 4 cards in hand. Be prepared, Sisu. It might have been both Sisus
Yeah,
and
I didn't see.
a Maui, I think.
And you're seeing in
Just
Hector's
gonna-
hand.
Yeah, I think that he's just gonna prep this probably.
It
It's
looks.
a Maui, both Sisus and a prep.
Yep.
He finally stopped jack shuffling in his hand.
Thank goodness. Him and Jack need to. They're suddenly they're on the same team, and they start shuffling like each other.
Oh yeah, he didn't even need to be prep. He could just coil. I forgot. Card's broken.
Unfortunately, I can't see what the lore total is here. Let me see if I can expand this a little bit to see better.
Yeah, why are they using that?
Okay, I can see. Yeah, so Hector's currently at 1, and Chad is at 0. And the reason why they're using that one is because Hector is an old person who doesn't know how to use technology. That's okay, because I'm also an old person who doesn't know how to use technology. So we're in the same boat.
I think Chad will probably develop the Tamatoa here. Yep.
Yeah, that's the right. Yep, we see that. We see the bringing back of the popsicle.
I'm so jealous of people that can do that, like to throw their hand like that and make it nice and
Oh, I know.
sequenced. I'm so bad at that. If I try to
hate
do
it.
that, I throw cards all over the place and they end up in my lap, and I'm just not good at that.
I actually considered buying one of those baby blanket playmats because they say it's way easier to do it on a baby blanket playmat.
Yeah, I mean he's doing it on the south side one, so Chad's just got other skills.
Yeah, Chad is next
Robbie's
level.
also incredible at that. I will say
Yeah.
he looks like he's doing magic tricks the whole time I'm playing against
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, you know what? We got to keep an eye on those guys like Chad. Maybe they're doing sleight of hand on us and we don't even know it. Who knows?
Wait, did Chad just take? Hold on a second. Why did he just take his Tamatoa?
Because he was joking that he was going to steal his enchanted Tamatoa.
It's Tamatoa.
Yeah, no, it was, yeah. For those of you that don't know, Chad is an epic troll. Chad loves to troll. He's a big troll.
Bro, that's so funny. That is
Yeah.
so funny. Hector
So-
doesn't play those games. Hector doesn't play those games. He barely cracked a smile for that.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. Chad is good at that. The one, for anybody who ever comes down to play here, if you get paired up with Chad, what he will do, he's not a cheater. He won't commit to it, but he finds it funny to tell his opponent, even after he's lost the die roll, after the mulligan, he goes, "I go first, right?" With like straight face,
Yeah.
and then you kind of look at him like, "Wait, what?" And he doesn't ever like do that to trick you, but he just likes trolling people. He finds it funny.
That is very true.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. That was a cool interaction.
I love that you got thrown for it. You're like, wait.
I was like, hold on a second, like that's definitely not his. And then Hector grabbed it and threw it back at him. Oh man. I will say the last few times I played Hector, there's so much crap talking going on the entire time. And I think probably more than any other person I play. Now we've gotten to the point where we just literally crap talk to each other the whole time, which is great. It's great.
Yeah.
But it's just it's a different game within the game.
It is. It is. I mean, I tend to be a let the scoreboard tell the story kind of person. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's cute. Yeah, you're gonna win my butt. Okay, and
Yeah,
maybe you will, but let's let the scoreboard decide. You know. All right. So
he's gonna play the tool to get out the Scrooge for free probably here.
Well, he's got the Stone Dragon's tapped is the only issue.
Oh, the Stone Dragon is tapped. You're right. Yep, absolutely.
So he'll have to wait unless and he's tapped out of ink. So basically, it'll have to wait till next turn. But he have another item in hand? Yes, he has a Fishbone Quill. So he could play the Fishbone Quill if he wants to do the Great Stone Dragon, or he can just opt not to take that extra ink and just play the Scrooge for free.
I'd imagine Hector. I don't know if he B preps here.
And I know you can't. I know it's hard to tell, but
definitely not.
Hector's currently at 5 Lore to Chad's 3. So it's 5-3 right now.
Wow, so this is an interesting play too, right? He's Vitalis fearing the shark, inking so that it has minus, so the shark doesn't trade, getting a card back.
Yeah.
I don't know what he
And-
has in there. I think there's a how far I'll go. Yep,
Yep.
that's what he's
That's exactly
grabbing.
what
So
he's
he'll probably
grabbing.
just sing that with Tala,
Yeah, I think that's
gain the lore.
Yep.
Yeah,
Certainly.
I mean, I don't think I've seen this matchup very often. The items versus the shark version, and again, Hector's version is so different.
Yep. Hector going to 6 because of the shark.
Man, looks like Hector's sped up here.
Questing for 3. So Hector's at 9 right now. Plays the the sibling, or not the sibling Sisu. He plays the little Sisu. Gets rid of the Flavisher.
Oh yeah, you and Freddie get into it, huh?
About
Gabe,
what?
when you guys play each other, he's talking about in the chat that
Oh,
you guys get into it.
all the time. Yeah, it is like the most prolific crap talking in the world. The worst. I mean, this guy, he told me that I ran away to the commentator booth because I'm washed up and I'm retired. It's time for me. It's time for me to hang up my boots. He told me. Yeah. So I told him, you keep talking like that, I might make an appearance. All
Just
right.
because
Show
it's true
him.
doesn't mean he has to say it to you.
Right. Yeah. It's like, dude, just because you're right, okay, you don't say that kind of stuff. I mean, you're little, Freddie, but you don't see me calling you little all the time. You know. Damn. That.
Oh man. I think it's someone said 14 players. So if it's 14 players, this would be the last round.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah.
SSG, it sucks you in, man. Even if it's a 4-round tournament, like I always end up staying there till 1 o'clock. I almost never leave before 1 o'clock when I go there.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where I leave. There's a Taco Bell on my way home. They're like, "Dude, really? Again?"
Well, you know the other problem. The reason why you're there is because even if you lose, they do raffles after the fact. So even if you lose,
Yeah,
and like what happens is a lot of people just bolt. Like once they hit like X1, X2, they're like, well, forget it, I'm out. So half of the tournament or half of the locals is gone. You have a pretty good shot of hitting the raffle. So I'm gonna stay
yeah,
for the raffle. I mean,
yeah.
you know,
It's true. I just like to hang out with all my friends that are at SSG. That's what ends up happening to me. Talking
yeah.
about a game I'm passionate about, and it's just like, oh crap, it's 1 o'clock. My wife's gonna kill me. I need to get home.
Well, see, that's the good news for me is that my wife is sleeping no matter what. So if she's sleeping, who cares, right? Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
you have a
That's fair.
baby. That's different. My son is 15 years old, sleeps on his own. So
Yeah, yeah. All right, so we got a Greystone Dragon activation. I mean, is Chad playing Be Prepared? Because I have not seen a single one in both of the games that I've watched.
you know what? I don't know if did Chad, have we seen Be Prepared in Chad's deck over the course of the 2 games that we've seen of his?
Dude, he just killed a shark with the Sisu trigger. That's
Yeah,
actually insane.
welcome to Arcasia's Island, my friend. Nothing is what it seems. It's all an illusion.
Wait, how did he do that? Did he quill? Did he sail? Is that what he did?
He Greatstone Dragon.
Oh,
He
Greystone
quilled.
Dragon. Oh my God.
Yes, he Greatstone
Greystone
Dragon. He
Dragon
quilled and then won the
quill.
first turn.
That's not okay. I'm sorry. That's not okay.
This is wrong. This is such wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen,
I still think Chad's in a rough spot though.
yeah, he is. He is. And we're at 9-3 right now, by the way. 9 Hector, 3 Chad.
I definitely can't see that, so I'm glad you can tell me.
Yeah. If you full screen, like I don't know how big your monitor is, but if you click the little full screen button, you
Oh,
can
good
see
idea.
it, but then it knocks
But then
out
I
the
can't
chat.
see the chat. Yeah, yeah,
See, the
yeah.
trick here for me is I got 2 monitors, so I actually have the Twitch feed up on my other monitor, so I can see the feed.
I'm in a hotel in South Carolina, so I don't have
Oh.
those features today.
Watch out for the snakes.
Quest. Okay, I can see it now. Yeah, 13-3.
Yeah, 13-3. He's just running through the score right now.
That's another Sisu that's going to get a lot of value here.
Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, and look at just the amount of ink that they both have. I mean, we were looking at 5, 10, 13 on Hector's side. We see 5, 10, yeah, about the same. 13. Looks like 13 on Chad's side. Lucky number 13.
But the thing is, Chad doesn't have any way to draw cards, right? So to be able to use that quill, he'd have to ink the Tala.
Yeah.
or
Well,
ink whatever he gets off this Tala.
yeah, exactly. But of course,
Okay.
he finds the
There's
popsicle and the Tamatoa.
Tamatoa. That's a tough choice.
I mean, I'd have to look at his discard to see the items in there, but I mean,
Well, he's got a popsicle out, so he could just pop that.
yeah, he could.
Um,
He did opt for the Tamatoa.
he could also play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, he can't. He can't play the Tamatoa and shift the Sisu, so he's gonna have to make a choice here. And Hector's at 13, so you gotta at least deal with I would say the Sisu and the Tamatoa.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Now we do know Hector has some remove. He's got brawl. It looks like so, and he's got a coil down, so he can certainly deal with it. In fact, he has a foil coil, as Skinner would say, a foil coil.
What do you think Hector is saying to Chad right now?
So if in locals, I know that Hector will like talk through kind of like his thought process if he thinks he's pretty much got the game on lock to say like, look, either way, do this. I've got X, Y, or Z. So I think Hector normally is a little bit more reserved. Like if he's in the tank, he's usually more quiet. I
Yeah.
think Hector being in the lead and seeing that he's got control of the board, he's kind of he's just openly walking through his play lines at this point.
Yeah, I think again, Chad can't ink enough to be able to really manage the sport
No, yeah.
proficiently. Like, I mean, he can get rid of the Tamatoa and swing the big Sisu into the other big Sisu, but that's not a great feeling play.
No, it's not.
Or you could leave it up, right? He goes
Yeah.
to 17, probably knows that Hector's not on the dime. I don't think he is, at least. So maybe
Yeah,
bank
I don't
on
think
that.
that's all right. So we see
Yeah, he
the
did
trade
swing it
there.
in.
Yep, we got a trade there. All right, we see playing of Sail the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, I think he's too far behind at this point.
And I think
now.
he drew a let it go off that. Yeah, he drew let it
Yeah.
go.
I kind of think
Yeah.
I would just quest and prep, but
13. Yeah, he'd go to 15 if he were to quest with his Talas.
or maybe not even prep because the thing is, like, he's only at 3.
He's
Inking the
choosing the
brawl.
brawl. Okay. He inking the brawl. Yeah, that's interesting. And he targeted the Tala with there you go. So he targeted Tala with this coil and then he's Sisuing it away.
So now he's quest out with the other Talas.
Yep. Boom. So he goes to 15. He puts Chad in a position where Chad can either get 3 lore or deal with one of the characters. Never mind. He says, I'm going to let it go. So he lets go of the empowered sibling Sisu.
That's fair. I just think I would have maybe tried to hold some of those cards in case you do find the shark off the top.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
Hector has a
Hector's
lot more
probably in the board
experience
state.
piloting. Yeah.
I think
just playing
it
more to
spirals.
board.
Really, yeah. I mean, Otto, I'd love to hear your perspective too, but I feel like in that mirror, in that Ruby Sapphire mirror, like it can spiral really quick if you leave those characters out. And we see a little Sisu and a Bell that Chad has the option to choose from with his Grandma Tala.
No, I wasn't saying leave the characters out. I would have just quested and prepped there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Understood. Understandable.
Saving some of those cards for the following turn, whether for ink to be able to use that Sisu proactively or whatnot, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
And Chad only having one in hand would have helped influence that position, I think, as well. But I mean, he does have the one that helps you refill a bunch of cards. So
All right, we see the turning of many ink. Looks like 6. Yep, and here comes Happy as a Clam, bringing back a popsicle. Playing the popsicle.
he only got popsicle back. Oh, is that a manor?
And seeing another Tala.
Oh, a Tala.
That is rough. Those Talas feel like they're clogging up more than anything.
Sisu and Sisu violence.
Yep. Certainly.
Back down to
way do
one
it.
card again.
Look how quickly this thing turns. This is crazy. So Great Stone Dragon, of course, being used. Coil not really not being chosen because that was the end of the turn. So
Yeah, I mean he chose to get the Sisu instead of one of the Talas with the quill trigger because he doesn't want him to be able to shift Sisu,
yeah,
which is obviously game if he had the shift Sisu, right? So that is the right
yeah.
choice.
Yeah, Hector immediately like snap quested with those Talas. You got to imagine Hector's got a plan to put more characters on board to try to present lethal, which
So he
forces
has
Chad
a
not to
prep
confuse.
and two brawls in hand. So
Does yeah,
clunky.
yeah. I think
It
he's
does feel
yep.
bad to prep here, but like you kind of have to. It's such a
It
weird
does,
position.
but that prep did get more value because he waited because it nails that Tamatoa that he puts down that he put down last turn. So it did help with the value
Yeah,
of that prep. Another
yeah.
Tala. All right, so
Again,
let's
I
see if
think
Tala can. Ooh,
it
another
was
thing.
always better to do that. Another blue Donald.
Yeah,
Um, I'd imagine that's what he's taking there
yeah,
over
you
the
got to.
bell. Chad probably looking for a dime, I'd imagine, off the Donald.
That'd be sick. We do see that. Yep, we turn 4 cards sideways. Now let's see what we find.
Oh,
Sisu.
yikes.
Ooh, the coil. He hit a
Those
coil.
are those are pretty good cards that I put to the bottom.
Yeah, it's
With
not. Yeah.
Sisu in the Fiver Sham feels a little bad to throw this to the bottom.
Yep. Now, I think to note here, Chad isn't playing Vision of the Future. At least I haven't seen one. So it hurts even more to put those cards in the bottom because he's not filtering
Yeah, he's
anywhere
probably not
near
getting down there. Yep.
nowhere near what probably like Hector might be with a shark build. Oh, there's the dime. He
Oh
hit a
my
dime,
God.
everybody.
Right off the top.
He hit a dime, but can he get the Tamatoa to send this Kamehameha, this spirit bomb, right into
Yeah.
Hector's face?
Hector had to literally draw past there, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, that was rough. That was rough. This could be. Yep. Chad is saying I just need to put it down. I just need to create a situation where
Yeah.
I can play that big Tamatoa if I can rip it off the top, and then just start bolting through it, choosing to use it, of course, because I mean, what else can you do? Getting to 6. So it's 17 to 6 right now. Hector's favor. We do see a shield of virtue and a coil, both of which continues to fuel the world's most
Come on,
powerful
drone.
tap of a lucky dime. If we can ever get a Tamatoa. All right, so Tala from Hector gives him
And
a little window to breathe.
Hector's saying this whole time, this is so bad, man. This deck is so bad, man. Oh, this is so bad.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying. I guarantee you. I've never had to do this to me before. That's what he always says against me, at least.
yeah. Ooh. What do we do? What do we do, Hector? What do you got, man? What are we gonna do here, bro? We see Maui coming down. Maui will deal with the problem.
Yeah.
And there's a
Wheels
second
of
Maui in
Rome.
his hand, so he could.
Oh, that's what he smiled at for sure, because he
Yep,
drew two of the
yep.
same cards.
So he's choosing to coil.
Oh my god.
Yep, that was not what Chad wanted to see.
I mean, it's
Chad
not
joined the
that bad
coil.
though. Like Chad's like, all right.
Yeah,
This is the
it's
problem
not
with the item
lower.
build, right?
Yeah,
It's you just draw so many like kind of duds if you're top decking. Ideally,
correct.
you never want to be top decking, but when you are in this position, it's kind of like,
Yeah,
oh, all right, here's a coil, here's a quill that does nothing to board.
yeah, yeah. And that's what we're seeing here. We got a shield and a coil in Chad's hand. Not what you want to see. Doesn't have Maurice's workshop down, so can't even draw for playing those. Basically, Chad's deciding like, what do I do? Do I just empty my hand? Do I is it valuable enough to tell Hector that this card might be useful? Like, is there value in doing that, or do I just hold it? And so Chad is deciding holding onto a card to present like some kind of fake threat is more valuable than actually putting it down.
He drew a Tipo. Oh
He
man,
drew
Tiponator
Tipo.
coming in. That's he's gonna get him with the Tiponator.
Tipo is going to win the game for Hector.
Yeah, Skinner's favorite card.
Tipo, yeah, well, please.
That's why they call him Skinner.
Yeah, that's exactly why they call him Skinner. Yep. Tipo, my boy. Let's see here. So we
So Tamatoa would be actually insane. Okay, it wasn't
there.
that
Yeah,
Tamatoa.
it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't that Tamatoa, but it might net him some kind of removal. I guess I'd love to know if Chad is playing the B prep. I'm imagining he's not. Yep. There's another item. Another item that doesn't do a whole lot in this moment, except
It
well,
does right now. No,
it
it
does
does
now.
actually.
It does now. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It does now.
But the thing is, it gets clapped by the Maui now. He
Yeah,
loses the effect of being able to play an
correct.
item for free, which what? Okay, he's ramping.
Yeah, he is. Yep. And so he's got the coils, so he could attack and basically have a fresh Tamatoa.
He has
Putting.
to.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we send it into the Grand Matala. So
It's 18 to a little right now.
yeah,
I
correct.
can't see it, but I know it was 18.
Oh, they just moved it. Well, he gained 2 more, so I think he goes to 5. I think Chad's at 5 right now.
That's a shark, so Shark Brawl wins anyways.
That'll do it. Yep.
Yeah.
Even if Shark Brawl wins the game. Chad in disbelief.
He's staring at.
Chad is in disbelief. Sorry, Chad. That was a rough go. That was a rough go.
We live in a blue-red world.
Yes, we do, and apparently Maui is still good. The items are not as good for red blue as it is for blue steel. Apparently,
Yeah, I don't know if someone can pop over and tell them to move the phone up, but
yeah. Chad was like, "Wait, what? Huh? I wasn't expecting that." Let me call Stefan to see if he can get him to move the phone.
is Stefan playing?
Stefan is playing. He's probably in one of the
Oh,
last tables, if I know Stefan.
damn. Brutal.
Hey,
That's
buddy.
a glimpse of what it that's a glimpse of what it looks like
Hector's
with
phone
Freddie and
is
Gabe.
under the round graphic. If we need to move it a little bit. Sorry, brother. I know you're trying to play. What table you at? What table you at? Oh, what table you at? Don't ignore me. You son of a biscuit. He ignored me. Why is everyone so aggressive? Because we're friends. That's why we're aggressive.
Yeah, the lower total is brutal, but
Yeah. Traditionally, so for
Hector,
the. Oh, go ahead. You first.
I was just gonna say Hector is living in the past, like Gabe mentioned before. He's technologically what's the word? God.
Technologically.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a long day, a lot of alcohol. Yeah, so he's behind on that.
He certainly
Not
is.
not great with technology.
No, he is not. But we love him just the same.
No, for sure, for sure.
Thinking. Nugget Ned got to get the lore on a different app. So we use Carbon. When we do the major events, I have an iPhone and I use Carbon on my iPhone. And it's much larger numbers, easier to see. Of course, they're at locals. I'm not there. I'm here. I'm in a box. I'm in a black room somewhere in the back rooms, hanging out with you right now. So, unfortunately, I'm not there to use my phone. But we'll make do. We'll make do with what we got. Every time there's a lore change, though, I know it's small. I am able to see it pretty large on my screen, so I will call it out.
Yeah. Yeah, the Lorcana one is not great for sure. I honestly don't know who went first there.
Oh, in that first game? Oh, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I don't remember who went first.
I don't know if it matters.
I think it does.
You know what it is too? Like at later stages in the game, kind of what happened to Hector, where he just kind of had to like say pass go. I feel like that happens a little bit more frequently in this matchup than other matchups. So
Yeah.
whether you're first or second, sometimes you lose that advantage, like in turn 12.
Speaking of Illuminati TTS rooms, hopefully you guys are running a gauntlet for Monty to help him out for Monday.
He's gonna need it. He's gonna need it. He's insisting that Mufasa's got something on there. Monty's not in the chat, so I can talk smack. Unless he is, and he's like hiding, and then he comes out and he smacks me from behind.
It's way too late for him, I think.
All right, we see a Vitalosphere and a Sail the Azurite Sea.
Bruce Monty.
It's Monte. His name is Monte. You might know him as Monte. He's just gonna call the story again. Darth 02. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Skinner referred to him as Lord O2.
Oh,
Yeah, it's there's actually like about a 90% chance that Monty's asleep right now.
I'm excited. I'm just hoping it's not boring after I'm up like 5 or 6-0.
Are you commentating the ICL tomorrow or no? I'm guessing because you're not.
No, I was gonna do Friday, but they canceled, so it worked out because I'm going to a tournament on Saturday in Raleigh. So
All right, very cool.
if you're in the Raleigh area, I'll probably see you Saturday. I know I saw someone say North Carolina up here or in the chat.
And actually, I'm going to Georgia. I'm going to Atlanta next week. I'm going to check out the store that just opened up that Zan was talking about. I think it's called like Goobu Games or something.
Oh, nice, nice. That's messed up, Skinner. You can't. I don't like talking crap to someone when he's not here.
Yeah. O2D2. That is funny though.
It's pretty freaking funny, but it's like you gotta let him see that at least.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, he needs to be able to defend himself. Don't worry. I get the feeling we're gonna hear all about it in the Lorcana chat tomorrow.
Yeah.
For those of you that are not in the South Florida Lorcana Network Discord, I guess we're gonna figure out a way to put that in the chat. So if anybody wants to join, they can. And while these
It's
friends
weird
are starting
sometimes,
up,
like the sometimes playing reactive in red blue is something that the Shark build wants to do,
yes,
where the Chad's build is more trying to be proactive and doing their game plan and saying, okay, figure it out. But red blue and Shark has all those answers, so it's a pretty. I feel like it might be a hard matchup for red blue items unless you kind of pop off in workshops.
yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think the whole reason why Ruby Sapphire is scary is because they are the kings of top decking, like they're the kings of Hellbent. And so
Yeah.
when you get to that phase against this mirror, you've got Chad, who we keep watching draws a Vitalosphere, draws
Mhm.
just these items that are not relevant in that moment. Whereas
Mm.
the draws, Hector's draws, I mean, he's had some irrelevant draws, but significantly less than Chad has had over the course of this game, of the game that we saw.
And they're both
All right.
really good players, as well.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are both really good red blue players.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So much experience. I mean, they've been playing them for so long. I think at this point, Hector's been on Ruby Sapphire longer than he's played Ruby Amethyst.
But Freddie, the only person Monty choked is himself on Saturday.
Yeah. 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 We had a team meeting after that one. For sure. We had
I had a
meeting.
team meeting with Joey yesterday too. No, that was actually a really good match yesterday.
It was, yeah, watching those. I mean, and just like the people that were in the chat, there was like they broke 100 people in the stream too. That was really cool. Like just so many people in there. That I mean, Wonderland was in there. Wonderland was actually talking about the matchup during the ICL match. It was really fun
It's awesome.
to see. Yeah, I think Luca was in there too.
Sweet.
Yeah. All right, so we see.
So he's getting the items out though. So I mean,
Is.
this is going to be a little tighter, I would say. Okay, we saw a
Yeah.
Shark now. So the one thing is, I do think Shark is kind of hard for Chad to answer. I mean, he did find that line where he was able to Sisu it, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to happen too often.
Yep. Hector's up 3-1 right now.
And
For those of
I'm
you that
pretty
can't
sure
see it.
Chad is not on Be Prepared, by the way. I don't think I've seen a single one in the whole.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
have
3
to at
games
this
now.
point. I have to at this point just say he's not on it. Which I mean that's kind of crazy. I don't know what your perspective is on that.
Yeah, it's wild. I think. Look, I mean, obviously, pizza thing. You have Sisu's to figure some stuff out, but
You got coils too, I guess.
you still need that button.
Yeah. I mean, is it a 1x? Is it a 2x in an item build? What are your thoughts on that?
Probably 2, at least 2.
Yeah.
I think 2 is fine. I do think 2 is fine.
I can
But
see the
he,
logic of like, well, you play coils, and the coils basically turn the Sisus into better be prepared. So I see it, but I think to your point in practice, I think it's just better to have that emergency button.
yeah, but I
All
just
right.
feel like
Ooh,
why not both? That's a good draw. You can play
that
that
was a
at
great draw.
Scrooge for free. Yeah.
Yep. That Chad has got to love that for sure.
So this is what I mentioned before, right? Like red blue items can pop off against Shark if they find the workshop. Because
Yeah.
Hector, if he doesn't find a hideaway or something to answer this workshop, Chad's gonna get so much value that Hector can't
Yes.
interact with. It's just they're playing a lot of the same cards, right? At
Yeah,
least
they
on the
are.
top end. So yeah, I think that this is gonna be a little harder for Hector.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, this matchup certainly did not start. This match started way faster for Chad than it did for Hector, and I think Hector had an anticipation because of how last game started. I think he's almost caught off guard a little bit. His face is kind of telling me like he's a little bit concerned about where he's currently at the placement of this game. We do
Shield of
see
Virtue is pretty impressive here because it gets around the Maui.
it absolutely does.
That's interesting. I wonder if Hector should have played Shark there first.
Um, maybe unless he's worried about a board wipe, but
He's gonna
I
just.
would imagine Hector's assuming that there's a be prepared potentially coming
We haven't
because
seen
look,
one yet. I mean, obviously, you're not like, oh, he doesn't play or be prepared, but
yeah. So I mean, that's the only thing I would think of because we know that Hector understands the value of getting that additional lore with the shark. So the only
he's
thing I can think of
drawing a
that's
bunch
going
of
through his
cards.
head is that just like he's trying to get he's building up his hand for a post B prep world. That's what Hector's doing right now.
Yeah, but I mean, if he sharked there and didn't play Visions and still played the Popsicle, I don't know if he grabbed that Popsicle off of Visions, but I mean, I think that's a lot bigger of a threat than this board is.
Yeah, yeah, I think so too.
Obviously, we have full information, so it's easy for us to say, hey,
Yep,
that was
of course.
probably not right. Like Hector's
Yeah,
trying to play around things that he thinks Chad has.
yeah. I mean, Chad does have a pretty healthy hand. I mean, I think it's okay to assume if you are of the belief he's playing it, I think what he's doing is okay.
Hector also has an extremely healthy hand. Double coil is just
Yo,
not nice.
dual
It's just
coil,
not
not
nice.
that is not what friends do. Friends do not let friends play double coil.
Oh, hideaway. I doubt that Chad's gonna play that here though.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got two, like, how much different is two from one? Do you save it for a dime? Like, which I don't think Hector's on a dime. At least I haven't seen a dime from Hector.
Yeah, we haven't either. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'd like to know how
So,
much time is left too, but
all right, we see
Ink of the Tool tapping 8 for Sisu, I guess.
Sisu, which will which
Okay.
those.
And then Scrooge will probably take out the Maui, I'm guessing. Or maybe
I
he'll just
guess
wait a turn. Could wait
he
a turn.
does. Wait, no, I don't think I can't. There's a little bit of glare on Chad's screen, so I don't know if Chad. I don't know if Chad has coil down. I don't think he does. It's hard to tell.
I'm
Those
pretty
two
sure he
items at the
did.
bottom.
I'm pretty sure he did because it did kill the Tala, so I think he used the coil trigger on the Tala.
Okay.
Because he wouldn't have been able to do 2 triggers. I guess he could have
Yeah.
done 2 triggers. Um and hit the Maui.
Oh, there's the
I
shark.
know that wouldn't be enough, yeah.
All right. In line with the shark, we are about to watch a inking of a brawl, which so he brings it down. He inks a brawl to bring Sisu down to brawl levels. Sounds fair to me.
2 coils out is insane. This is my worst nightmare as a Blurple player. I
Yeah.
can't play anything at this point, just dies to all the removal.
Yep. Nothing survives, but the turn it comes down. All right, we see a
Maybe
coil.
playing that. Okay, so, oh, the workshop. I was like, how did he just draw up a coil?
Yeah, yeah. Yep, workshop. Getting pretty good value from that workshop. We see Chad is debating. Yep, but ultimately decides on playing the Tala. Tries to get more cards in hand, seeing
I
more
don't
of his
think it
deck.
can because there's no quill, Joey. He needs the quill to be able to human sisu the shark.
Yeah. 1, 2. We play an unconventional tool.
I know he has the GSD, but GSD and ink is still only 4, so then you have to coil or not or quill, not coil. Doesn't have a quill.
He does. Well, he has a coil now. There's a coil on the top row of his items.
No,
Now.
no quill, no quill.
Oh, quill. I'm sorry.
Yep, yep. No, 2 coils. Yeah, that would have definitely
Yeah.
done it.
Yeah. You're picking up that South Carolina accent, is what it is. Why I missed it.
That must be. It's probably.
You've been there too long.
Yeah. So
All
many
right.
items.
Yep. There's the Great Stone. There's under the shiny card. I barely caught a glimpse of what that was. We do see a dime in Chad's hand, so this could swing pretty quickly. Just for those of you that can't see the lore counter, it is 7 Hector, 1 Chad.
Yeah, with the shark out. So this can just as fast as he gets that dime down, shark can start accelerating lore.
Yep. And we got 70 people in Twitch. Thank you for those of you that are joining us in Twitch. I can't see how many people are in YouTube, but thank you to those that are joining us on both YouTube and Twitch to watch this.
It's all because of you, man.
No, it didn't go up till you showed up. So
I think
it
it went
actually
down when I
dropped.
showed
When I
up.
went on, it dropped.
Oh man. Who doesn't love late night Lorcana, right?
Seriously.
Pirate's Life
Uh,
being sung. That's
Pirate's Life is yeah, we love that card. That
that's
brings
that's kind of a problem for Chad here because
yeah,
now you're kind of stuck a little bit.
yeah,
But I mean
Chad's
you can
back down to
find
0.
yeah. Finding a dime with big Tamatoa would obviously accelerate you pretty quick.
Yeah. It's 11-0
Imagine if
for
you
those
could
of
go
you
in
keeping
negative.
track. 11-0 right now. Chad trying to play that free Scrooge. Looking at the top 4, we see a coil in that front of his hand.
Yeah, I
And it
don't
looks
I don't like this play because you have so many items in hand at this point. I mean, I think it's gonna work out because he's gonna get that coil and he can probably double coil baby Sisu
yeah.
into the shark. And maybe that's what he was looking for. But I just feel like you need to draw cards to find some of your answers. But I mean, obviously I'm not the red blue player here, so this is gonna be a sick play.
Yeah, yep. We see he's about to turn 3 sideways.
We have to ink first. Maybe he's
Well,
just counting it
if he's
out.
gonna play the coil, you probably want to put the coil down first.
That's true too.
I
Donald
mean,
is free, but he also
never
puts
mind.
the top 4
Yeah,
down.
yeah, or we get a free coil. Why not that? Or if we have a
Yeah.
dime, we do it for 5. But no, yep, he's going for the coil. What are you doing? Why are you tapping 2? What are you tapping 2? Yeah, okay, there you go. Okay, all right. Oof. I'm like, bro, you get a free coil. What are you doing? Don't tap 2. All right, he did not tap the 2.
He can hide away something too to give himself ink.
Ooh, or he can ink the hideaway.
Yeah. Hide away one of his own items to get the extra ink total.
Yeah, and the shark it just got human sisu.
That's insane.
Enjoy that.
That shouldn't be
Enjoy that.
shouldn't be allowed. I mean, I've seen a Chernobog get eaten by a little sisu, so anything is possible.
Yep.
All right, we're at 11-1. Chat on the
Otto,
board.
did I call it? Was it me that called it Donald? Did I call it Donald, or was it Mikey? Was it me?
It might have been you.
They got me, bro. They got me. No, Mikey said it. Woo. Okay, I'm still in the clear. Good. The final boss
I was
wins
saying
again.
it. I was saying it on purpose. I've been saying it that way the whole night.
Oh, have you? I'm like actively trying to keep. Oh, we both did. Okay. Freddie says we both did. All right, I lost. I lost.
Hey, it's midnight, so
Yeah. You know when you go to a baby shower and they play that game like you can't say the word baby or they take your pin? That's what
yeah.
that's what Scrooge is. Like if you call it Donald, you lose. And we both lost. Okay, so we see another coil go down and a popsicle go down for Hector. Oh my goodness. Yo, these people are they're about to human Sisu Chernobyls over here, okay? This is the world we live in right now. We're about the human Sisu, big Tamatoas, and
Yeah, this is
wild.
Hector's at 11 though, so Chad has to find that 8 cost Tamatoa. And that kind of cut off his card. I mean, it didn't really cut off his card draw because of workshop.
Yeah.
He found a quill. I guess playing that Scrooge for free. The past turn was good for Chad because I forgot he had workshop items, just draw cards. So you're not worried about putting some good cards to the bottom there. You're just going to draw through so many cards, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. All right, we ready up.
So
We see what Chad can
Greystone
do here.
Dragon, but he didn't say or didn't point at who he was targeting with that ink. So I don't think that Hector's going to care that much, but just in case.
Yeah. And for those keeping score, it is currently Hector 11 to Chad's 1.
There's no way they're going to finish this game. By the way,
Yeah.
if Chad does win this game, I don't see how they finish game 3.
Yeah. Yeah, no. All right, Chad is up to 5. No, he's up to 5 lore. 11 to 5. But you're right. I can't imagine that they can finish the third game if they get there.
Oof. That big Sisu is
That's a killer.
that is going to kill the whole horde.
That's a killer. Yep, that'll do it. That'll
Holy
do
cow.
it. Hector may have just saved this for himself. Let's see.
Oh
We see
my God.
Flaversome.
Draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Hector kind of proving here that that the item variant of Ruby Sapphire is not nearly as good as the Half Shark in the mirror. You know, obviously we've seen it have a lot of success in the SSG event, but it may not be the right play if you're concerned about a Ruby Sapphire heavy meta. If you're thinking about the mirror.
Yeah, we're about to see a brawl on a Sisu, I'd imagine, or ink the brawl. Double hit Sisu,
Holy moly,
and
so
then
many items.
Greystone Dragon.
All right, we
Play the
no
big
coils.
Sisu, and he kills everything.
Yep. All right, great. Yeah, so essentially making that the emboldened the empowered sibling Sisu. I think at this point that's at 2 strength. Yep.
I think it's yeah.
Because it was 2 ink.
No,
So
it was at 1. It was at 1.
is
It's
it
5
1?
attack.
That's
So
right.
it goes to 1. I mean, you could have minused it again off the Greystone Dragon just to make it 0, but who knows?
Right.
Hector's got more cards though.
He
at
does.
this
We see
point.
Tala. We see Shark.
And
So
he still has the shark.
Yep. Hector can dig. And we see how far I'll go as one of the choices of that Tala. We see a Madame Medusa in hand. We see the Half Shark in hand. So removal is not a problem for Hector right now. Hector can deal with problems. He's got the coils to back him up as well.
But you got to think Diamond Big Sisu is also a pretty quick clock.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
He wants to answer this, I imagine. So
You see
Shark Ink Brawl kills Sisu too. Or it was a Medusa, not a Brawl in hand, right?
there was a Medusa. Yep, there was the card leftmost card in his hand is Medusa. Oh, he just put it to the middle. He just jack shuffled it to the middle.
Yeah, he's definitely jack shuffling here.
All right, we see the Shark come down for 6. Leaves him with 2 ink left to mess with. Using it to play Hideaway on the dime, sending the dime back,
Yeah.
or rather into the Shadow Realm here.
This is a big turn for Chad. I think he has to find a way to answer this shark, and I'm not sure that he has it immediately.
Yeah.
You gonna play the quill draw card or another? Oh my God!
Yeah, there's another lucky dime. A second lucky dime
Dude,
is
that's 3 coils. 3
That is 3
coils.
coils. Yes.
So
That means
just
with one ink.
Yeah, it's Gravestone Dragon, literally minus a 6 every
Yep.
character.
Yeah, Great Stone
That is
Dragon is cracked. It's cracked. What we're seeing right now is very cracked. There's a Tala. Yep. Chad is trying to
he
turn this
definitely
into a
wants the
tie.
crab. The crab
Yeah.
is pretty good there. He drew another dime, so can he crab and little Sisu?
Yep. We see a daring visitor Sisu take out the Maui half shark.
Yeah, good point, Joey. His other choice there was a B prep, so we know he's on at least one.
There you go. So so he's playing one, maybe two, and he's just unlucky. But yep, we at least know it's in the deck.
We are at 12 to 8 lore.
Yep.
Looks like a Pirate's Life in hand, I think. Pirate's Life, Sisu.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, Pirate's Life, Medusa, Tipo, and Vitalosphere.
And we're
So
at, we're at 12 to 8 right now, by the way. Hector's 12 to Chad's 8. I wish I had access to OBS from this side so I can put scores and stuff on top of the screen. Hey, Breezy just rated us with a party of 22.
Hey,
thanks,
nice.
Breezy.
This is game 2, Pat.
Yeah. Hector won game 1.
What's up, Breezy?
Hey,
Yeah,
look at that. We love you, Breezy. What's up, bud?
It's an interesting line from Hector. Electing to kill the Tala instead of the big Sisu there. That's interesting.
That is kind of an interesting play line here.
Why wouldn't he? If he, what happened?
Okay.
He just switched. We lost the game. We lost the camera.
Oh no! Hey, it's just us. Let's talk it out. Let's see what happens. Let me call. Oh, excuse me. As I call the Grand Wizard here.
Call the man behind the curtain.
Call the man behind the curtain. What might have happened if I had to guess? The camera overheats. It's been overheating, so I think the camera may have overheated. All right, give me a second as I call Stefan.
No worries. I'll be here with the chat.
You entertain them. The camera went off.
I'll try to entertain them. We'll just get these technical difficulties figured out.
Yeah, let's do that. By the god of the glare off the top of my head. Yes, look, take a look. Enjoy the glare. That's right. Making people like R&B proud. So hey, we should plug our stuff in the meantime. You follow the Illuminati on YouTube, Illuminati TCG. Your turn, Mikey. Plug your stuff.
Freedom Gaming TCG on YouTube, and then all the teammates have a Twitter as well. I'm not going to list all those, but I'm Hayes62291 on Twitter. And I think we got the game back.
We did, yeah. But it's my big head that's in the way. Can you please, Stefan? I am pretty, but please. Oh goodness gracious! Oh yay, we're back. We are back. All right.
Oh cool. No, we're back. Double click.
Oh no, we've gone again.
I see it. There it is.
Okay, there you go. We should be back. All right, cool. They're back. Wow, look at that. Look how much has changed in the board state since we left.
Yeah, I don't think we missed much, right? Like we just saw a little Tamatoa played.
Yep, we did.
And then it looks like Chad drew a brawl, so he can ink and brawl something. I don't know why Hector didn't ink the Tipo and Medusa the Sisu. That was a weird line. Why does he value the Tala over the Sisu there? Or why does he value having the Tipo down?
I mean, he's currently at 13, so 13 that only puts him that puts him to 16 if he quests out. You've got Chad who's sitting at 8 right now, certainly in a better state in terms of collecting lore.
Yeah, but I just think you ink the Tipo there. I
Yeah,
mean, I think it's more beneficial to get rid of the. You're gaining 2 lore by not killing by killing the. Oh no,
what
by
is
killing
going
the
on right now?
Sisu.
Okay, okay, good. Production's on fleek. That's great.
He just want. I told you, everybody wants to see your beautiful eyes. That's all it is.
I don't blame them.
I
I
don't
really,
blame
really.
them. I don't blame them either.
All right. So we see Hector's looking through all the beautiful toys that are on top of Tamatoa's shell. Everything
We
that he's
lost.
collected over his eternal lifespan.
I think we lost our faces too, which is okay.
Yeah, you're better off. In the glare
Yeah,
of
I
light.
agree. I agree for my face at least, but I think we need yours.
No, yeah, I think that's you gotta
Medusa
keep
dead.
Poor Medusa. Come back.
Are banished. Nothing dies in Lorcana. It just goes to Magic Kingdom.
Really? Have you seen the card You Have Forgotten Me? Why do you think Mufasa's in the clouds?
Don't tell me. I haven't seen it.
You should watch it. It's a pretty good movie.
Uh,
But just bring tissues with you.
yeah.
Okay,
That
I
is a
see
lot
another.
of ink Chad
That
has.
is
There's no way these
so
guys are finishing this game, by the way. Like, there's no way they're going to game 3.
no. Chad goes to 11 though with the questing of the Sisu. So we're at 13 to 11.
So Hector liked whatever he just drew there, but that was like a sarcastic, oh, you're in trouble
Yeah.
now. There's probably another
We,
team. Oh no, actually he did draw Tamatoa.
yeah, we got the cool enchanted Tamatoa.
Actually was a good draw. I really think that him not Medusa-ing that Sisu is like it's still a really weird play to me.
Yeah, I mean we could ask him about it later, but all right, we see 2 popsicles but returning to the hand. Of note, if so we see that Chad has both the lucky dime and the Tamatoa. I'm trying to count the amount of ink he has. I see 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 ink. So if we play 8 plus 7, what's that? That's
15,
15 plus 2 for tapping of the lucky dime.
17.
So that's exactly what he needs. So I think Chad wins because Chad currently has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 items down. So basically, Hector says go, and I think Chad wins the game. Yeah. Chad has game. Chad has game next turn. Yeah, Hector doesn't realize it yet, but this game is over unless he can pull out 5 ink from some or 5 lore from.
Did we
somewhere.
see the Tamatoa in hand?
Yeah, it's in there. Yep. See big Tamatoa in the front of his hand, and then I saw the lucky dime. I could. Yep. He just showed it to him. He just revealed it to him. Chad got it,
Tamatoa.
but there's no
Holy.
way. There's no way this they'll effectively be able to get to a game 3 unless they forgot that they were in the stream room and they locked the store on them.
They might have.
Yeah, they already handed out pricing and they forgot all about them. All right, so I mean, Otto's right. Hector Hector does this thing where he asks how many cards you have in your hand every turn.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
slow play
the classic.
tactic for sure.
It's a classic.
Like that's how you establish your dominance as the final boss. That's what you have to do. Is you just have to keep asking about hand size. Sometimes he does it at the beginning of his turn, and then again at the end of his turn, just to make sure. Wait, are they really going to a game 3? Okay, I guess they're going to game 3.
They're gonna play. You got to lock in.
I'm gonna call Stefan and ask how much time's left. BRB, keep them entertained.
I will keep them entertained. I'll try. Red blue mirrors are exciting and fun. Everybody should play red blue. Yeah, I think it seems like whoever goes first is kind of favored, huh? Stefan's probably telling them that they don't have enough time to finish, and everybody's waiting for them to be able to give out prize support. Thinking of Brawl. That probably doesn't feel great for Chad because Brawl kills pretty much everything in his deck. Tipo. So Hector's
All
still
right.
on Tipo
Thank you,
and
sir.
Sale.
Yeah, I'll explain that. All right. So to clarify, the time is complete. They reported it with the 1-1, but for our benefit, they want to see who would ultimately be the winner. So they're playing this one out for us.
Can appreciate that.
Yeah, these are just some swell dudes. So yeah, so they did properly report
Swell and
report
swole.
the results. They're just giving us one last show before they close down shop.
There's at least 4 tools on screen right now.
It took me a half second. Oh my goodness. Otto and Freddy. If there's no benefit, Otto and Freddy, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but there's a button at the very top of your browser that can certainly,
No.
but
Alt
I get it.
Alt F4.
Yeah, there's Alt F4. There's always that. I feel like there is something to be learned here. If you want to be competitive, we got to watch this match 1,000 times.
Yeah, just don't let your friends play red blue. That's the thing I learned
that is
here.
absolutely the right lesson here. Although, I mean, is this really that bad compared to like blue steel items? Is that really that bad?
I don't know. I think blue steel items is the game's over a lot faster. At least red blue is just such a. Why did he just draw 2? Oh, I'm so dumb. I didn't see the Flower Sham.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Joe, you've been on red blue forever, so it doesn't even count anymore. I'm talking about like converting people to red blue.
I mean, I don't know. I think there's something to be said about a control deck. I think it can be fun in its own right. I don't want games that constantly go to time is my issue, but
That's exactly the case here.
especially if you're playing in a major event, you're running 8 rounds with top cut, like having to do that for 12 hours. I don't know how Otto doesn't have like just the world's worst migraine at the end of each of these events.
I will give him credit. Joey probably plays red blue. Him and Jonathan Williams both played very fast.
Yeah.
Hector normally plays pretty fast too. I haven't played Chad enough to say whether he's quicker or not, but
Yeah.
Hector's a lot more methodical though. He needs a
That's
timer.
true.
Hector needs a timer just to know where he's at, because he can kind of dictate how quickly he plays based on the time.
Yeah.
And whether he has the amount of time to be able to put thought into something or not.
And given that Chad has more of like the new set 7 tools, I don't know how much he's had a chance to play with the deck. Like, I mean, remember, this is local, so he might be using this as the opportunity to kind of test it out. So he might be somewhat learning some of these lines in real time, kind of with us as he's playing them, to be fair.
Yeah, I know he played this. He played a version of this on Saturday because he played my dad. So I watched that match. He got clapped by Papa Maloof.
Papa Maloof, he's all of Lorcana's dad.
Yeah.
All of Lorcana's dad. I love that man. I love that man like my own father.
Pretty good. He threw the nuts against Chad, and Chad was a little heated. Oh man.
I mean, that's why you build a deck, is to draw the ideal lines. I mean, you try to get mad at it.
Chad definitely just popped a tool and still paid for the popsicle. He could have played that for free.
Okay, well, there you go. What
But
was
hey,
your dad on, by the way, on Saturday? What was he playing? I didn't catch what he was playing.
Blue Steel.
Oh, okay. I'm
But
guessing
more of like the bell curve Blue
Yeah,
Steel. But with Baymaxes and Bagheera and a couple other things that were
there's people that are like sleeping on Bagheera. I love Bagheera. What the? Come on now.
What is going on here?
I don't know. Now it's me again. Okay, let's see if it fixed itself. Someone's trolling us now. It's got to be. Yeah, they're trolling us now. Stefan, is that you? Are you trolling us?
God.
Are you there?
All right, so a shift Sisu coming in. A sheeped Sisu.
Sheep? Yes, a sheep sisu. Okay, wow. We jumped to 9.
Hector is trying to accelerate. See, I told you, he just needs a clock. If he can see the clock, he knows how much time is left. He could play a lot faster. But if he
Yeah.
knows he has time, he's more methodical in his thoughts, which I can be similar. I think I'm similar in that regard, where if I
Yeah,
need to
like
speed up, I will. But
when rounds start, it's like, or like when you go to the 5 rounds, it's like, okay, I need to think this through.
yep, Scrooge for free is pretty much never bad.
Yeah, I think that's a insane value. We
Into a
got a coil
Faversham.
out of the deal, so not bad. Oh,
So
I
he
think
can't.
Chad's
He's
a
just
little
mad that he
upset.
just put both Favershams in
Yep,
there.
that was not what he wanted to see.
Yeah,
Not what Chad wanted to see, but it is what Chad got.
and Chad has one coil out,
Yeah.
so he
I will
can't
say
answer that Sisu yet.
Hector's board state is significantly more advanced for where he's at right now compared to Chad. I mean, I feel like this is the fastest that Hector's gotten to this board state compared to all 3 games so far.
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is
yeah,
if Hector has something to remove this Sisu, I think Chad's in a lot of trouble. I'm sorry, the Scrooge, not the Sisu.
yeah.
So that he can't swing into that Sisu, I do think. Wait, why doesn't he actually pop the Vitalis here? Does it? Is it a tap? It's not a tap, right? Okay,
No,
all
it's a
right, never
pop.
mind.
It's a pop. Yeah, it's a
Okay,
pop and
yeah,
pay.
that's what I thought. I was like,
Okay.
wait, he has a way to kill that right now.
All right, Hector. Yeah, there you go. All right, we see the enchanted Tamatoa, happy
Oh
as a
my God,
clam. Snap brings back 2 popsicles for his trouble. And a
imagine playing a
popsicle.
card that says 6 cost 4/5, draw 2 cards. And to
Nuts.
draw 2 more cards and
Yep.
to win the game with dime if you quest.
Yep. Absolute insanity. And of course, why wouldn't you? But draw 1 more card. Why would you not draw 1 more card?
Yeah.
You gotta do that. That's the thing you gotta do.
Oh, we're back on the screen now.
I know. I'm so excited. Hopefully, Chad doesn't play too many items because we were covering up the items last time.
Oh yeah, there was that many items on there. That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, he was running 11. He was about to pull off an ion cannon of a freaking lucky dime there. We see Tala. And for the Tala, he's got to choose between a sale and I missed that second card.
It was a workshop.
Workshop. Yeah,
Probably
of course.
gonna-
It's gotta be the workshop. So much value from workshop, especially that he knows that his heroes are at the bottom. I mean, you just got to pick that one.
Yeah, I mean it's good, but he's out of cards here.
Yeah.
So he didn't ink I feel like I would have inked the Tala so that you can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess you can ink the Tala the following turn, play the dime, draw a card.
Yep.
But it doesn't feel great either.
And just for a quick lore count, Hector is at 9 to Chad's 3. So, 11 to 3. 11 to 3, yeah. And played the popsicle for free.
Yeah,
All right.
he did.
Not the greatest value, but you drew a card, so I guess that's not bad. He did have a coil in. I don't know. Did he draw the coil for the popsicle?
I'm not sure.
He might have. Yeah, I think he drew the coil for the popsicle.
Hector's definitely feeling himself. You can see the talk. He's talking with his smile pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he's grinning as he's talking, so he knows this game. He feels like this game's already over.
Yeah. He's definitely exuding final boss energy right now. All right. So we opted to send Tipo back to the bottom.
Why is he showing him the Tipo? He showed it to him.
That's
That
a
was
final
for
boss
Skinner.
move, bro. That's a final boss move. That's why.
That's for Skinner. That minus all. Okay.
Brawls, a Tala. All right.
Yeah,
Seems
I
fair.
think Chad's kind of top deck in here. So,
What was that? What did you get? What do you get?
a big Tamatoa. So he
Oh,
could
there
play
you go.
dime. He could play dime, draw a card here.
Yeah.
I can't see if Hector has the hideaway or not. Okay, he's not gonna do that though. Oh, right into the Tom. I feel like this is also a really weird line because now how do you deal with that the baby Tamatoa? You don't
Yeah,
have an answer
exactly.
for it.
I love that we're calling that Tamatoa the baby Tamatoa, even though it's like so deadly.
Yeah, even though it's a 6 cost, but hey, the 3 cost Sisu is called baby Sisu and it's still deadly, you know?
That's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And you know what's funny? There is technically a literally baby Tamatoa, the green drab little
Yeah,
crab.
that thing's unplayable though.
Oh, 100%. Well, unless you're playing that Hades that nobody plays.
Yeah.
Oof. Imagine you play the drab little crab and then you Hades into the big guy or the new one. Oof, dirty. All right, we see Vision.
This is gonna be a
We
lot
see
of a
a
turn here.
Madame Medusa, a Sisu, like the sibling Sisu that removes characters from the board. We see a Maui in there. He's looking at his own hand, which we see a Pirate's Life. We see a Let It Go in there. So he's got plenty of removal options with more to choose from in his Vision.
He could almost like quest out here and then just 2 pirate slaves like back to back turns and win the game.
Yeah. Yep.
Ink
Joey's
play
pointing out
CC is
Ink plays
probably a
this.
game. Yeah. That is probably it. I feel like Hector's kind of playing with this food at this point.
Final boss, bro. That's what final bosses do. If anybody doesn't like this, that he's playing with his food, you're welcome to come down to a premium event at SSG and try to knock the final boss off and collect your bounty, which for the last premium event, the bounty was an entire case of Arcasia's Island. So,
Yeah.
come get some, I think is what Hector would
And
tell you.
he did give one away.
Oof. Who did he give it away to?
I think it was Dreams from Rebirth, Team
Oh,
Rebirth.
from Rebirth, yeah.
Yeah. I think he lost the purple steel. He kind of got high rolled. But yeah.
You know what's
That's
funny?
cool.
I didn't know that Willoughby's was on Rebirth, and
Mhm.
Willoughby's. I played her at Las Vegas. Did not know she was on Team Rebirth. Did not know, like, didn't even recognize her as from the
Yeah.
podcast with Humble. And I'm just oh, you're cool. That's cool. And I just played against her and then just walked away. Didn't even say like I just completely did not recognize her. I felt so bad.
Yeah, I played her in STG Tampa. I was collecting Rebirth scalps at that tournament though, so it wasn't great for her.
Oh goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah, they're
if
all
you're
super
listening,
nice. They're a
Willoughby,
great team
sorry.
though.
Yeah, they are.
No,
They're
it's
cool people.
great team. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Super nice people. Like like honestly, like super nice people. Like great people. All right, we see.
Well, he can't show the Pirates Life, right? Because Chad can still just prep, right?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially he could just prep. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah.
I mean, if he plays the 6 cost Tommy, then Hector can just show it.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
Yep.
game
Yeah, this is GG.
right here. Show him Hector. Show
Yeah.
him what you got.
Yep. Oh no.
Actually, hold on, because he can play the Vitalosphere and kill the other crab on crab violence.
Yep. That
And
looks like what we're about to get here.
oh, that's still lethal though, right? Because
3,
Tala and
4.
Sisu is
Yes,
and
correct.
Pirate's Life.
Yes, it's still game. He could just show the apple and say let's move. Yep, he just
There
did.
it is.
He just showed it to him. There you
Cat
go.
spaces are my favorite.
It's
Cat spaces in defeat are my favorite.
Wait, say it again.
Oh man, Chad's faces that he has at the end of the games are my favorite.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, cool, man. Just kind of stares at him for a second.
Yeah. Like he kind of does the math himself just to confirm, and then he's like, "Yeah, you got me."
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh goodness gracious. Well,
Awesome. I
great
think we're done,
games.
huh?
Yeah, I think we're done. Even though we weren't there, it felt like we were there. I know you're all the way in South Carolina. Watch out
Yeah.
for the jaguars or whatever that's out there, whatever animals are out there.
There's just people.
Are you staying through the weekend to do the event? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm working. The rest of the week, but then Saturday I'll be up in Raleigh. So I'm driving to North Carolina tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So you still have to drive a little bit further to get your event. All right.
Yep.
All right, cool. Well, for everybody that joined us, for the 70 people that are with us now, that for the I think we went as far as about 90. I'd have to see what the final numbers were. Steph will probably have those for us. But for all of you that joined us, that joined me and Mikey as we jumped in and had a chance to talk through some of these awesome games. Yeah, look at me. Yeah,
Yeah,
put
look
me in
at
vertical
you.
mode. I want to say thank you all. Thanks for joining on, and make sure you subscribe to SSG's Twitch. In the description of this Twitch video, or rather in the About Southside Gaming section, you'll also see links to their stuff, to their Instagram, to their YouTube. Make sure you join that. For me, join us at Illuminati TCG on YouTube. If you want to follow me personally, it is ILL as in Illuminati _logic, spelled LOGIX. You can look up Gabe as well. Logic's Gabe. You might find me there as well. Mikey, what about you? Where can people find you?
Yep, you can find me on Freedom Gaming TCG on YouTube, so at Freedom Gaming TCG, and then on Twitter at Hazed62291. Yeah, so I'm all your Blurple needs. I can help you out.
Scary, so scary. Blurple. I don't know. I feel like Bell is a good call in Blurple. We'll talk about that after though. That's not a conversation for now.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
Absolutely. You got
All
it.
right,
You got it. Take care, everybody.
Take care. Be good. We love you. See you on the other side.
Yep.